Okay, are we ready to roll, boys? It is now 2 o'clock, the 8th of May, 2025. The meeting of the Board of Directors of Georgetown Public Utility District is now called to order. Pink, can we have a roll call, please?
Director McDonald,
Present.
Vice President Saunders,
Present.
President Seaman,
Present.
Treasurer Stovall,
Present.
Director Thornborough.
Here.
Director Stovall, could we have a pledge allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we're up to the adoption of the agenda. Is there any public comment? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Nick, are there any changes to the agenda?
I do not anticipate any changes to it.
Thank you. Can I ask for a motion to adopt the agenda?
Make a motion, we adopt the agenda. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Let me see, what do we have to do? Look at the agenda. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm reading, last month's minutes. Okay, the consent calendar. Do you have anything to pull?
So I think we missed the public forum.
Oh, sorry. I asked for public forum first.
That was for the agenda.
Oh, public forum, sorry. Please note the guidelines for the public forum as they appear on the meeting agenda. As a reminder, under the Brown Act, the public must address all of the public comment to the board, not the staff and other members of the public. Due to Brown Act limitation, the board is not able to discuss or take action on items not on the agenda. Public forum is now open. We can look straight ahead.
You might not be able to see that far.
Oh, sorry.
I like my reading glasses on. Like me.
Okay. Now I'm up to the consent calendar.
Zip, zip, zip.
Is there anything cool?
I kind of have a question. I don't know where this would fall, but I didn't see this on the agenda anywhere. What is this?
That's the audit. It was just your copy of the audit from last month. They finalized it and bound it up nice for you guys.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
We just wanted to make sure you guys all had a copy.
Since there are no pools, is there any public comment on any of the items?
Zip, zip, zip.
Well, it's gonna be rough. I will now close public comment, or is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
I make a motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Okay, we're up to finance reports.
Just before we take any comments or questions, I do want to give a small report on the investment report, so that'd be 5B. I did receive an email from Bob Shull, and Bob Shull is with California Class. So he wanted to give me an indication, or a notification that they started a new fund. This is something that they've been working on for a while. It is similar to the LAIF fund, which is a more long-term investment strategy with less volatile returns. So it's called an enhanced cash. They have two. One is called the Prime Fund. That's the one we're in currently, and it's gaining 4.38% as of Tuesday, April 29th. The new one is called Enhanced Cash, and it's currently gaining 4.33%. And the difference is the maturities have a wider gap of between 60 and 360 days. So it doesn't make the interest as volatile. It doesn't do as like roller coastery up and down. It does a little bit more of a smooth with a little bit of a wave at the top. So I don't have anything for us today, but it would maybe behoove us in the future to take some of our California class money and put it into this enhanced cash and just see how it works there. So the way we use our California class is it's our savings account currently because it has such a high investment rate. And we can still utilize this new fund as a savings account. It still has same day liquidity. You can transfer in and out of these two funds within minutes. So we have about $900,000 or so in California class right now. And if we wanted to move half, we could move half over, we could move more over. Obviously, right now with a little bit less maturity, it's not important to do it right now. But in the future, as interest rates start to go down, we may want to reassess how this investment is working. So
Okay,
that's all I want to add.
Office managers report,
I got a question on
Director McDonald, you were first.
that. Thank you. That sounds like an outstanding rate. Short-term money markets are paying 4.23. 10-year treasuries paying 4.388. And you're locked into 6 months. You're saying it's a 60-day,
To 360 days.
360-day?
Mhm.
It sounds like something to look at. So,
I can bring back something at the next meeting that would be where we could have, I think it's part of the investment policy already, but we can just have a further discussion about it. I just wanted to make sure I flagged
it
this.
sounds attractive. Thank you.
Didn't this been in the agenda and been part of this?
It's part of the investment report. They talk about class inside the investment report. I'm just giving you information that there's a new,
So it's out of order.
it's out of order. No,
Okay, Director
oh,
Saunders,
For the class at Leif, can we get the percentage of the returns on them?
for Lave.
Yeah, it
is-
doesn't have the percent. Right now, Leif is kind of up, so if we could have like classes 4.8 and the enhanced.
4.38 for class.
If we could have the percentages on the,
Oh, yeah, I'll work with, yes, I will work with the, our investment, partner and have them put it on.
thank you.
go
I'd
ahead.
like to see what the finance committee input on this issue is too, so if it's appropriate to
We can bring it back to the
put
next
it
one.
on their agenda. I think their input is of value.
That would
That's
do
a
it.
good idea. Okay, can we get to the office manager?
So this is, that's part of the office's manager's report. This is 5B. We're on all of the five,
We're
number
on
five.
5A.
So 5A, B, and C are all taken together typically. We just wanted to, legal asked us to delineate out all of the different ones so that they were, referenceable back by the public and by the board, so. We
Okay.
will.
Office managers report or finance managers report, sorry.
So these are the financials through March 31st. And it seems as though we are, except for a couple accounts that had large initial expenses. We're pretty on track. We should be at 25% remaining. And the spreadsheet that I use for the budget report, you can see it more clearly than the budget to actuals, but the percentages of amount remaining are on the far left. And if anybody has any questions, there's nothing that stands out.
You have a question?
Yeah, while I was attempting to perform Treasurer Stovall's assigned treasurer duties, signing checks flawlessly with zero mistakes, I did find that the three PG&E bills, one of the three has a different
Rate,
5% less than the other two. We're only chasing down a few cents per kilowatt hour, but I was just wondering if anybody's got any idea why it might be different. You know, it's still the same utility, different location. Basically, two of them are in the same general area. I was just wondering why one was 5% less than the other two. And maybe a phone call could,
We can look into it.
We can look into it. I mean, like I have 3 meters at my house and there are different rates because one's commercial and the other 2 are residential. It could be that something we're different, we're considered like a different entity on the different sites. I don't know. I'd have to call and find out,
Yeah.
but that's a possibility.
Different customer classes probably.
Customer
than the answer.
classes or peak rates, we could have different rating tiers.
well, that.
Because you select your rating
The
tier.
tier and the peak and off peak were 5% less each.
But you can change your tier
Oh.
level
Okay. Just something.
depending on, you can change when your peak rates are
Mhm.
and it changes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Any other question?
I'll
Thank you.
find out.
Thank you.
I have a question on the, I don't know, there's no page number. It's, where the River City Bank, the credit card statement is.
Mhm.
There's a lot of areas that are blanked out, but there's numbers down the side. Is there a reason for that?
But it's all,
Our credit card numbers are redacted.
No, these are actually what these purchases were.
let me pull it up so you can be on the same page.
It says right here.
I'm gonna pull it up so I can look. What
That's a check stub.
what is redacted?
Well, all these are not filled in.
There's nothing there.
Well, you have charges for there.
That's how, when there's multiple charges, we don't, I'll show you. Hang on.
That's just the check stub.
No, above that.
No, I know, but those, okay, so
So
If
there's
you
something for 325, 225, 303, 106, 106.
correct. So if you
Yeah.
look on the next page.
Okay, is that where that information is? Okay,
Because these are the different GL codes. So they can be, the costs can be combined, but it's on the second page, the spreadsheet. We included that. That shows every charge and what it's for.
It relates to
That our check stock doesn't allow us to put anything in the middle third of the check stock. We can go down the side, but the
Okay.
information here, it only limits us to a certain amount of characters.
okay,
So we put all the purchase order information first. And then whatever else we can fit in. So that's why we have a spreadsheet on the side.
okay. Yeah, cause I'm looking at it and there's this big gaping hole. There are 2 big gaping holes with a lot of.
Yeah, there's
cost.
nothing supposed to be there.
And they've always looked that way. We just started including it, so you're just now noticing.
Right, no, that's what we had recently asked for. And I guess. On. Mr. Brown's number, there's equipment listed,
Yeah, it's our upcountry truck, the winch failed. We've had on there for about 6 or 7 years and we replaced the winch.
so that's a winch. And then on, Schneider's on, the MCWRA, it's listed, the registration's listed as training.
Mhm.
When it's not training,
It's just one of our, this is how our code is coded.
It's a commodity code. It's staff development, training is the same GL code. All the travel, staff development and training go into one GL account.
okay. Cause certain items aren't training, they're just meetings,
We don't have a commodity code for that within Tyler.
okay.
It's a group of meetings, trainings, stuff like that.
Right, but listed on our budget, it's listed out as trainings and not,
It's just staff development and travel.
okay,
We use training as an internal mechanism when we're coding things so that I can run a report and see.
okay,
But we don't have a specific GL general ledger account for training. It's just all under staff development.
Okay.
Meetings, all of that, and travel and mileage. It's all one.
okay. Does anybody have anything on the investment report? For? That a yes or no? Okay, anything on the grant report? You were looking like you wanted to say something, that's why I kept
Yeah,
looking.
I'm gonna save for another agenda item.
Okay. Uh. Okay, is there any public comments?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
okay.
We missed you.
Jessica, on the first, I'm assuming this is the US Bank overall statement. And the one that, and it has a page 2 of 2 that's below it, and that lists US PS scans, blah, blah, blah. First one's 200.
Mhm.
Why are those numbers? It looks like that $200 got retyped in there.
Cause I don't get these digitally. These are paper statements that are
Right.
mailed to us. So when I scan it and then turn it into a PDF,
Right.
it makes it weird. It
So
changes
it almost looks like you went back in and typed it on the typewriter. Cause nothing, the numbers don't line
if I
up.
did, it would be a lot.
No, I
cleaner.
know.
Yeah. No, so the only way to redact the information besides putting pictures on top, and sometimes you can remove those,
Yeah,
is to convert the scanned image into a Word document.
okay.
I
Okay.
can PDF something and place black stickers on top and resave it, but anybody could then remove those.
Yeah,
I can't, there's no way to I haven't figured out how to protect it, where you can just pull the PDF off the website and unredact it.
okay, because now the next statement that has your name on it, that shows your charges, everything lines up well. It's just that very first statement, it's everything just cattywampus, okay.
And it's just the way that
Stan?
the scan, because you're literally taking a picture, not a PDF document with text. You're taking a picture and trying to convert it into a Word document, and it doesn't.
Well, it did on that one, but the other one it does fine.
I know all the different pages were,
It's weird, okay.
It's hit and miss. It sometimes
looks
works with
weird.
documents, sometimes it doesn't.
and if I changed it too much, it would look like I edited all the information. You'd be able to tell that the font is different, and I didn't want it to look like I had manipulated the information.
So did people write you right on the edge of that statement, if it's also in the marks?
Yeah, that's when they make sure we have all the receipts. So,
Check.
yeah, they check them off to make sure that everybody has turned in all their receipts.
I mean, the $4 is even different than the 30. It's weird. It's that, just on that first page. I don't know, it's weird. Okay, that's it.
Any other public comments? Okay, we're up to board reports.
For grants.
I asked if anybody had any comments on the grant. I gave you all of them. Do you have any more?
Oh, no.
Is that a yes or a no? Okay. Board reports. Director McDonald,
I have nothing to report this month.
Director Saunders,
One of my reports in the agenda packet, there's only 3 items that I can elaborate on. The Aqua Headwaters wildfire video, the long version is at its final draft, so we will have a presentation of that at the Aqua meeting next week. Had a Sierra Nevada Conservancy Day at the Capitol. Sierra Nevada has 34 million appropriated in Prop 4 bond funding, so planning to work with Sierra Nevada Conservancy for any money that we can get to the district that meets any of their areas they're appropriated for. And there was the Aqua Region 4 tour in Manteca. It was on their study with Fish Bio, and they studied the non-native fish in the rivers to see what the impact is on non-native fish versus the native fish. And basically in the tributaries, 0% of the salmon are making it from the hatcheries to the delta. So one of the impacts that is not being looked at is the non-native fish eating the salmon as they come down. So everything's been based on flow, on habitats, and they haven't had anything in. This study will get posted in the journals probably in June or July, and then hopefully this will be something that can be looked at as well. So this is another piece of the puzzle to the healthy rivers and landscapes, whether it gets used into the overall guidelines to help with how we can improve the salmon issue that's gonna be looked at. One of the things that is done that works well is when they release the fish from the hatcheries right to the delta, we get those that come back, so the tributaries, which were considered to be the safer areas, are not. And they also have done studies which in the past, as you increase the flows, the salmon would increase, and now it's almost an inverse relationship they've seen. So it's not, the flows are not directly impacting the increase of the native fish. That's all I have for my board report.
Director Thornborough, Director Stovall,
Nothing to report.
I have a question on this.
okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Was this a recent revised report on the,
Their study, this will be the first study they'll put out.
okay, I went to a committee meeting about 6 months ago and they were talking about the salmon getting gobbled up by the non-native species before the delta.
Yep, so
Same.
that was the same people that did the study, so now they're finalizing
Okay.
their report and it'll be published.
Thank you.
And I don't have anything to report. Operations manager.
Thank you. Yeah. I got a little bit longer report, just we're gonna try to get through it quickly. So yeah, Stumpy's still full, at capacity. Right now we have about 30 CFS inflow, so it's starting to slow down. So we probably anticipate, we started releasing water, for the irrigation season a few days ago. So we're still using spill water currently and haven't released any water from them, it's just to get water. So treatment plant, production was pretty normal to previous years. Pretty normal month there. We did have a small issue towards the beginning of the month. We had some, just a bug that showed itself, after from the construction. It was, some electrical problem we ran into. It was impacting our raw water pumps. We were able to get those fixed. We were able to keep the plant going during those times, but it was a little bit of stressful couple days. Well, next page, kind of this is our last push before irrigation season. So we're getting a lot of construction projects done. So kind of first one there is we're working on the Irish Reservoir. It had a lot of silt in it, so we're kind of trying to just clean up the side, clean up some of that silt to give us some little more operational flexibility. Moving downstream, so it gives operators a lot more flexibility to operate their flows. Next couple pages are some lining and canal and culvert repair we did. They were impacting some homes right downstream, so we're getting those or down slope, trying to get those fixed right before season, so we didn't impact those homes during the season. Again, to some more improvement on Cherry Creek's pipeline, kind of as the top box up there, we're trying to seal all that up. Make sure we have good flow to not only the pipeline and to each of the raw water services up top. Continuing on with some more just now improvement areas and culvert replacements. I didn't see one of the pictures on page 6 there, the bottom right. It has pretty impacted culvert, so you can see, we're losing water below there, and then it's going below the road. The chance to undermine a county roadway, so we're trying to work through that, get those fixed, so we don't have those mid-season. Some clearing, we need a lot of clearing throughout the system, but most of us getting services ready, making sure the canal is cleared, getting vegetation out of the canal, we find, starting to run water. So we're on plan to have water on, May 15th, so we're on schedule to do that. We're running the main canal should be at Pilot Hill, probably about, within the next couple hours, should be at the end of the canal there. Start running our side ditches tomorrow, Saturday, and then our pipelines next week, and get our services adjusted on Wednesday, ready for season on Thursday. So page 7, moving on, that was our last master meter. You guys probably saw the notification that went out in the cool area. We kind of shifted our focus. We were going to do it during the day, and we kind of recalibrated. Decided to do it at night. It worked out pretty well. We conservatively, so we might have an outage all through Pilot Hill. But when we shifted tonight, we were really hoping we wouldn't. So we were able to, the Deer Ravine tank was able to hold for the 5 or 6 hours, so we only had a small outage from, Hitting Gold down to, Sweetwater Trail, so, or American River Trail. So that worked out good, but yeah, it was kind of a back-to-back nights. The night before, which is Sunday night, on the next page, page 8, we had a break on Slager Mine, which was a 15-foot section of pipe split. So the crews kind of went back-to-back nights, getting those 2 projects done, and they did a real good job. Slager Mine, we didn't anticipate. We had planned for the master meter outage. We almost canceled it, but we were able to, kind of recover, shift the crews around, make sure we had coverage during the day. And the right crews at night to do that work as well. So we were able to get through it, but they're pretty spent. And then with the heat coming on, it's kind of that adjustment being used for that. Moving on to page 9, that's the hydrant replacement report. We have a couple more. We're actually doing one today in Garden Park. We ran into an issue, and so we had to ran into a valve issue. We're actually replacing the valve instead of the hydrant, so we're gonna have to get back to that one. We're exercising the valve to shut the line down. It got a pretty good leak, so we're replacing that valve instead, but we'll get back on the hydrant as soon as we can. Moving on to into the CIP for this year. Not a lot of progress. They were kind of coming to the end, kind of starting to get ramped up for next year once the budget gets approved. Last kind of outstanding one was that master meter. We got that completed. The pump station, we actually just got the parts for Black Ridge last week, so we're gonna get that on the schedule. Hopefully have it done this month or beginning of June. Finish up the canal lining. The building contract from last meeting, got the contract executed. We're gonna have a meeting today, but he won't meet at the same time as meeting, so I'm gonna have that for next week to get the building renovations going. Or the 2 vehicles, estimated delivery June or July. Kind of takes a minute for those to come in. Other big project kicked off is the CAL FIRE project, the clearing project, the grant we received from CAL FIRE. As we discussed, we started us down low, Highland Hill, or pool area at the Grange, CDS fields. So you can see some of the work. They've been out there for 3 or 4 weeks now. They're pretty much 90% complete now. I think you guys probably have seen the progress going, different stages of it. Where we've gone back and forth a couple times with them, really kind of setting the standard between our forester, us, and what we expect moving forward. And I think we got to a good point there where they're meeting all the criteria of the grant program, making sure they're cutting the right trees, the right height, right size, they're getting removed. Because the first time they kind of went through there, it was like it didn't seem quite to what it needed to be. They went back, revisited, and now it looks a lot better, I believe. Moving on, next couple items there. Those grant funding, we're still working on those. Hopefully, there's something soon. Water Smart Canal Line, and we were able to get the construction window moved to November, so we'll be doing that right after season. I just got that confirmation a couple days ago. The 3 FEMA projects. So we actually, the second Cat D, we received payment on that yesterday. The last Cat D, the Walton Lake dredging, they're anticipating with the next month or so, we're gonna hopefully have that project allocated. There'll be some processes after that, but I've been told it's getting really close, and the leadership is trying to, finalize those and it's all based on that one emergency declaration done a couple of years ago, and they're really trying to get all those projects obligated. One thing I did not write down here, I wanted to add, you guys have probably heard about it in the news, is the golden mussels, how it's impacting different waterways around here. So last month, Alexa and I, we went out and we sampled Stumpy Meadows for. And we obviously have raw water samples. We typically collect them at the treatment plants. We wanted to get a representative sample from the reservoir itself. So we went out and did that specifically to look at calcium, dissolved oxygen, salinity levels in the reservoir to see if the environment was conducive for golden mussels growth. Turns out, unfortunately, the parameters do fit. So there is a threat there. So we're currently going through working with Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Forest Service, the local office here, because they kind of operate the launch there. We're going to work with them to get signage at the reservoir itself. We're working on getting notices down here on our website, on Facebook, on WaterSmart, Wharton's, Gas and Go, Marval, those kind of places to get the word out. Then we're continuing to monitor, where the detections are. In early February, it was pretty small. You were like South Delta, kind of where they are still. There's a lot more detection now. There's some down the canal, down Mendota Canal, like the Central Valley Project. There. So obviously they came in probably like a ballast system on a ship, but we're gonna continue to monitor that. We see it approaching, the American River watershed. Obviously Folsom is doing a lot of mitigation. They're having a whole tag system. So we're in communication, with the Bureau, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife to make sure we're all on the same page along with other purveyors in the area. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, doing the same thing, making sure we protect the Upper American River watershed. So that's something we're trying to get, at least all those signage, this is out before Memorial Day, before the holiday weekend. So that's our, we have some drafts. We're just trying to get it all finalized. Last thing on there is the CCC, the work they're doing. They have 3 or 4 sites. They're on the last site now, Greenwood Lake, and they're kind of clearing the canal section down, just like or the main canal there. Say about 20 days remaining or so, but they're doing a good job out there. It looks nice. If you get by Greenwood Lake, go out there, you can see the work they're doing. And then water supply and demand, we're consistent with previous years. We monitor that as we go forward. Yeah, thanks for your patience for going through that. But that's it.
Any questions? McDonald?
Every time I turn around to see the guys up in the field, Westfield Trail leak, I saw them addressing a longstanding issue. Not that it was on your timeline, but they finally realized it was from the pipe.
Yeah.
And they had to put in a component and splice into it because it, okay, sounds like it. He said he had a truck down. There was an engine. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one of our trucks that has some issues we're trying to work through right now. So we'll have, we have a better idea. We'll bring that back and
I was wondering if it was a continuing, you're keeping track of that stuff.
yeah.
Okay. And then and the guys out there, good positive morale, keep up the good work atmosphere, seem to be happy with their job. Paymaster Court, or not court, but intersection American River Trail. The last time you said couldn't really isolate the leak, or if there was one. Unless it's catastrophic, sometimes it's hard to find.
Well, they did a test on the water, see what's flooring, they see at the times, we had some rain events during that. We're continuing to watch and see if it continues to develop, because a lot of times like leaks develop, right? A lot of times they're not super apparent if it is or not. You can't really hear them. You can't get enough water to get a good sample to see if there's chlorine in it or not. And sometimes when they do, when they start, they'll develop a little more. Say like right now is a time we typically see more leaks, when the soil starts to dry out. And then the pipes start to shift, that is that in between period between, dry and wet season when we see the most breaks.
Well, maybe what you don't know is it's solved.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, they were inadvertently chasing another leak just a little bit up.
Yeah.
20-30 feet, going across American River into the cattail area. Might have been related, it looks like, because I go by and it's dry. And the customer just got back to me and saying the guys were out there and having, taking care of business. Everything's dry as a bone out there.
Yeah.
And again, good positive interaction between your crew, them and their dog, and everything's good. Cool. So I just wanted to say I see that, and so does the community. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Stovall?
Quick question, I don't know if you have a quick answer, is looking at the ditch lighting. Given the amount we have received for the ditch lighting projects, do you have a percentage of what percent of that grant has been used up?
Those were done under our normal CIP, those ones. That
Okay.
grant hasn't, we haven't, all we've done on
okay.
that is environmental work so far.
Thank you.
Dr. Stovall?
There should be long race with Reggie of that. So is FEMA covering that? Is there any update for that
So
or?
they said hopefully in the next month, it was 2 months, a month ago. I talked to them right after the last board meeting, I had a meeting with them and they said those last 2 projects are getting close to being done. We got paid for one. The FEMA ones, the Walton one is a little larger because it has a lot of environmental work and reviews that go along with it. But they said leadership's trying to push them through and finalize them.
Are they covered 100%?
No,
They're covering that value, so it's, yeah.
just it's about 1.5 million is what they're covering. There's additional sediment that is over and above what they have deemed covered by the fire. And so that's, the total project is 5 point, no, it's,
6 or 5, yeah.
I can't remember the exact number. It's in the grant report. So we have a grant application out to DWR to cover another $3.7 million of it. That we should hear about within the next month or so,
And how much is that gonna leave us to pay?
about $1 million. I have some options that,
Why, I've looked this up before. I don't understand why the other grant, the one with the Army Corps of Reserve. Why that's not covering it, because it, you know, I asked about it before, you said, when I asked about it covering the solar. You said they go and cover water project.
Mhm.
Duffin Springs water project, rather than that.
so the WRDA appropriation it could absolutely cover that. We would not be able to obtain that money until October or early spring of next year. So we absolutely can put it in. It's an appropriation, so that's $20 million that we have to then go apply for. And it would be approved in October, and then we would get the money in the springtime or the summertime to do the project. So that is still something that's on the table that we can do.
I don't see us having $1 million to do that, but we'll see how it goes, I guess. Also, you said you were going to the building project, this building.
Yeah,
Is to put mini splits in? Is that what you're gonna do?
that was gonna be, that's in the next year's budget, so that's still a decision by the board at that point. This was just for the fascia, the dry rot. and stuff
Oh,
on the side. Yeah, so that's still in the next, that's still in your guys'
Okay,
plate.
well, my concern with the mini splits was the noise.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that might be a concern. Okay. Thanks, Anna.
no problem.
Okay. Is it filter backwash? You can remind me.
Filter.
Part of this normal work that you're doing, that the operator does?
It is, Walton's a little more hands-on than Sweetwater, so that's why that's only Walton, so it does take a little more time. It is not as automated at Walton Lake as it is at Sweetwater.
Yeah, because I see like that,
Yeah.
and then the calibrate, those are all items that are normal operator duty.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's just, all it is showing that, the time and effort put into it, that's kind of, so.
Okay,
So how Cartograph does, like, so you have manufacturer calibration timelines. So we build the cartographs, our attach comes to us and says, hey, this is time to calibrate, so we can do it. And then track their time and the material they would use to.
and then you have down below, you have repair and replace, which is all kind of,
Well, yeah, to repair, like, say if you have a poly line, like a service line, you put a clamp on it, say we can't get to replace it at the time, we wanna, put a clamp to repair it, and then another time we could go back and say replace the whole entire line. That's what you're,
but aren't you using this for what's determining, whether it's raw water, whether it's treated water, whether it's. Isn't that, because that's ultimately what is being used for all these
yeah, each time.
numbers that we use for, the cost of service.
Yeah, so each task has a different department, right? So,
Right, I'm
that's
just
it.
saying,
yeah, so yes, that's really generalized.
yes,
Yeah, so like when you dig deeper behind those generalized numbers, you're gonna see a repair could go to 52, 51, upcountry,
right.
raw water down here. So yeah, so it's that's a kind of a summary. of it.
And then what was the location of that?
That's on Taylor Mine Ditch, Taylor Mine Ditch, up 319.
Okay. And then, one thing I had a question, I think we asked about before was hydrant flushings, and we
Yeah.
were gonna start tracking what those were and where they were and how many we got done, to stage up in case we have to use them.
Yeah, so we are, so you see it's in here, that's typically, most of those are hydrant flushes, we say flush, but say sometimes a community member does want, their customer wants their meter flush, but Those are mainly, we are doing about 250 this year. We're almost done with them. We kind of try to do them during the winter time, but we track them every year, and Alexis reports on them every year in her EAR report of how much we flush.
Right, because that's what we were asking, because we were having customers wanting to know if the lines had,
Yeah.
if the hydrants had been flushed in their neighborhood.
That's right. I'm working to get it on the website. So that is updated there. I actually got an email from US the other day, and I need to look at it, review it, and make sure it's functioning.
And, was something going on the corner of Cherry Acres and Hamlin? Since there's mud in the road now?
I have to look, but I mean, we're all over the place, so,
Well, I'm just curious
I
if
don't-
it was our
nothing
guys
major,
or if it
nothing
was,
major.
somebody's,
I'll have to look and see.
yeah, cause if it was just a connection, what do I call it, a rented, meter, they made a big
Oh.
mess into the road. If it was
That's
our
what-
guys flushing that,
that's
I would say,
possible.
because.
Yeah, our guys are good. Like, we have the equipment to run it off typically.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
this one didn't,
yeah, so I can look at the task and see, if we were out there, if we did it or not, but
Right.
yeah, I mean, typically on a daily, we're doing 60 or 70 tasks, so.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta get away from you.
right, yeah. Was there any more director comments on this? Any public comments?
Yeah, on page 6. Are those plastic culverts? If they're black?
PVC.
Yeah, it's plastic pipe, yeah.
Okay, why are we doing culverts?
That was a replacement,
Or what's going through the culverts?
water,
Like irrigation?
that's
work?
raw water, yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's what you we put in for irrigation piping is,
Yeah, it's the same cost as metal, and it has like almost twice life, so.
okay, so this is kind of like Garden Valley's line.
No, well, some sections are old PVC, but this is kind of what we're switching to with, when we do pipe sections or culverts, we have kind of.
Okay, because to me culverts are water, storm drain off, but these are actually being used as pipes.
They are, yeah, it's still on the
Okay.
road, yeah, yeah,
Alright, well-
sorry. Yeah, okay,
Well, to me, a culvert
yeah, I
is
get
water.
it, yeah.
Any other public comment? Alexis, Water Resources Manager report.
We got 69 routine inspections, escrows are definitely up this last month, it was 11. We got a no spill report from May, which is always nice, April, reported in May. Brian and I went out and did mound samples for the WDR permit stuff, which took quite a while, I think we did 22, and there's 2 wells per mound. It was about 4 days. We had over 4.5 inches of rainfall. And they're still favoring the in-zone neutral, which is kind of nice. I think that's like average weather, like what I would consider average from growing up here. So not too hot, but not, too cold. But they are, the participation, we're definitely projected for below normal. And then above, slightly above for temperature. And yeah, our 4.5 brought us just over 28 inches of rainfall this year already.
Any director comments? Any public comments? Thank you. General Manager's report.
I will be short and sweet this time. You can see in my report, some of the meetings I attended. Been working on some issues with the VA agreements. The Aqua Headwaters videos, as stated by Director Saunders, are basically finalized. Had a cameo in the long one and a small cameo in one of the other ones that talks about the challenges of water wildfires. I do have some good news. I can't share it just yet in open session, but I will share it with you guys very, very soon. I'm sorry that I can't do more than that. Next week is the Aqua Conference in Monterey. And then the following week is CSDA Ledge Days on May 20 and 21st. And on the 21st is also MCWRA Ledge Days. So I will be attending both of those. That is all I have.
Any questions for the PM? Any questions from the public? Okay, committee reports. Anything? Let me see, what did we do in irrigation?
Went over
So long.
the survey questions.
They went over the survey questions for
And we went
irrigation
over
last
ordinance
month.
updates that are gonna be addressed in later action items.
Right,
Right,
what he said.
okay, is there any finance committee report?
I was out of town and missed the meeting, so
We had a review of the budget again, so they're waiting for the combined workshop that we will have, and we also addressed some of the issues that they'll bring up at the combined workshop, but everything is coming along with the budget.
And we haven't had a strategic planning meeting.
Just
So-
to note, Madam President, the next Finance Committee meeting, May 22nd, will be a joint meeting between the Board of Directors and the Finance Committee. And that is being agendized as a board meeting, so all of you and them can be in attendance together to
Do we have
discuss.
time?
At 2:00.
Can you say the date and time?
May 22nd at 2 p.m. And then we also have talked about the irrigation committee canceling the May 20th and going to June 17th.
That is correct.
So they're back to the
We're gonna push it out one month.
These are the optional ones, and so
Yes.
we're gonna.
May and June are optional meetings for the irrigation committee.
So we're not gonna do May.
We're not gonna do May and we're gonna push it to June.
could I clarify something?
Yeah.
Finance committee meeting is at 2:00.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I had it down as 3.
Yeah, it's in your agenda that way. Is there any public comment? Okay. I think we're up to legislative.
Yes, I will turn this over to the legislative liaison for any updates that he has, and then I also. We have Don Police from Washington on the line as well to give an update on what's happening at the federal level, so I'll let you go first. You want him to go first?
Yeah, let Don go first, because then we can do the action items afterwards.
Excellent. Don, you want to take it away?
Oh, I'd be happy to, Nick, and thank you to all of you, the board, and Nick and the staff for this opportunity. I've really had a wonderful conversation with you a couple months ago and wanted to bring you up to speed, especially now that we're a little bit more than 100 days into the new administration and the new Congress. First of all, thanks to Michael Saunders for being with me for a couple of days back on Capitol Hill. And I have to say, I've been doing this for a long time. About half of my 40 years back here have been as a congressional staffer, the other half as a consultant, and having the folks from back home walk into the offices with you makes a huge difference. It's the, presence, the investment in time. The members of Congress are all well-intentioned. They serve their constituents well. And in this case, we were able to spend, considerable time with the deputy chiefs of staff and legislative director for Congressman Kiley, who's, been very good to us as a district over the last couple of years. And we're bipartisan now. Adam Gray has the neighboring district, and his staffer is always quite engaged. I've talked to him even since, and he's letting me know anytime we need something, especially with representing from both sides of the aisle. Congressman Gray is also interested in helping out the district. So again, Michael, that was not only a pleasure spending the time with you, but talking over the district's projects, and I think the meetings made a difference. So, where we are in the Congress, you've seen a lot of, I won't, do so much global news, there's so much fast moving, and this has been probably one of the more tumultuous years and, partisan battles back here with President Trump swearing in on January 20th. And then I would say a lot of, the press is calling it, not so much me, but a lot of shock and awe that there's executive orders coming out, a multitude almost every week. I just wanted to first explain what an executive order is, because it's not the same as a public law. They're basically statements of policy within the executive branch. So as a water district, as a public works agency, or as a local government, we need to kind of look through and see what impacts us or not. I'd have to say summarily at this point, not too many of the executive orders have consequences with us in, I call it the roads and commodes level, anything, with public works. And despite the efforts of the Trump administration to reverse a lot of the Biden administration developments on climate and DEI, of course, border has been a big issue in foreign aid. He has not sent Elon Musk out with a meat cleaver on, really infrastructure issues. And we always kind of kid around on, there's a lot of talk on Capitol Hill and all that, the fact that President Trump does like to build things, and with the economy being the centerpiece of what he wants to achieve in this second term of his, I would expect a fairly robust level of funding to continue for, most of our water agencies over the next year. It's still a little early in the year to predict. There have been cuts recommended here and there, and, and a couple of budget requests, but I'm not expecting a dramatic downturn despite what you may be anticipating from hearing of entire agencies close and all that. Right now, the Congress is really preoccupied in what's called budget reconciliation. That's more of a policy bill. It's not necessarily going to be what we talk about each year for our district projects, which is annual appropriations. Budget reconciliation goes committee by committee, and anything that has a number to it, they can change the policy to try to either, eliminate, shrink the pie, or raise the level. In this case, the Natural Resources Committee, which is what we're most concerned about as water advocates here in DC, has really been mostly focused on ending a lot of the Biden era initiatives on climate and anything, what the Trump administration feels like they were elected to correct course in a lot of what they see are some of the overreaches in climate policy. And again, just reporting, that seems to be the case. There's not been coming out of any of the new agency heads any sort of intention of stopping us in our tracks for pursuing further federal funding. And we do expect over these next 100 days, Congress to start its annual appropriations process, which is really the core of what we work with each year. In fact, I always say the only 12 bills that we're sure that are going to pass each year in Congress are the 12 annual appropriations bills, 2 of which impact us. One is the Energy and Water Bill, which is appropriations for the Army Corps of Engineers and the Bureau of Reclamation. The other is the Interior EPA bill, which includes the Environmental Protection Agency and the STAG program, which, sorry to throw a lot of acronyms out there, but STAG stands for State and Tribal Assistance Grants. That's what that's what we put in the hopper with Nick and Adam's good work this year. We have a $3 million request in the hopper, with Congressman Kiley and the senators. It's a little early to tell where those are going to go. They haven't started marking up the bills. They haven't gotten the president's budget officially sent up to the Hill yet, but we should know probably, I think Kiley is supposed to post his 15 selections to move forward by June 13th. Sorry, I'm going off the top of my head without my calendar open, but I think that's about it. And then the senators usually by August recess. We'll know whether we're going to be moving forward. It's often tough to get consecutive funding. I don't want to sandbag one way or the other, but some members of Congress, since they're limited to 15 requests each year, often say make it go in not so much a penalty box, but have a second shift for a year. But I haven't heard that yet. I don't want to put out any pessimism, but I think the fact that we're very popular with both of our members of Congress and with both senators, I think we've got a fighting shot. I heard the Army Corps project come up earlier, and that was a huge victory. You'll recall that the $20 million plus got into the word of legislation, and that's going to be basically a drawdown, over the next, whenever the Corps is ready for it. Nick, I'll let you maybe elaborate a little bit more, but I know that what the Corps does is they'll work hand in hand, and it's basically going to be there to be obligated at the right time, their judge. And Nick, I don't want to take words out of your mouth, but I think you're very much working hand in hand with the local Corps on that.
Mhm.
So, again, optimistic. We stay in our lanes. I wouldn't get too involved in any other national debates unless you as a board direct us to. We really are here to help further your projects, work with not only the agencies at the federal level, at the local level, what you guys are working at. I work more at the Washington level with the Bureau of Reclamation folks back here. If you're doing anything with them, EPA, I work very closely with their inner circle. Most of them have carried over from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, and there's about 4 or 5 of them that handle congressional and intergovernmental affairs that have stayed the same. So there's some continuity there as we pursue new projects. Congressman Kiley, it's interesting to note, has assumed a very prominent chairmanship, not so much on our roads and commode side, but he's going to be the chair. He is the chair this year of the Elementary and Secondary Education Committee in the House, which gives him that much more, influence and prestige with House leadership as well, which will come in handy when we get to the end of the year and he has to be negotiating which of his choices move forward. So finally, toward the end of the year, we're going to be up for yet another WRDA cycle, which comes every other year. WRDA is the Water Resources Development Act, which used to be about every 6 or 7 years. Now it's on a nice regular 2-year cycle. And whether it's something new or re-upping or whatever, the members of Congress in about probably 4 or 5 months will start doing their call for projects for what'll be, believe it or not, the 2026 WRDA bill. And, something we'll be tracking very closely for you and working with both of our senators, Padilla and Schiff, as well as our House members as well. A couple of other side issues have come up. Buy America has become, a continual issue within most federal agencies. I'd have to pass on. It's unlikely to change. The Trump administration is very much in line, actually, with the Biden administration in terms of, their kind of America First agenda. There may be opportunity to have waivers when necessary, when certain products and goods are not available, or readily available at the local level. The Bureau of Reclamation, for example, had a built-in waiver process last year for any water recycling projects, but it's something of concern. We're going to watch for you, and certainly if any of the projects that you're moving forward on in any area need such a waiver, that's when we would want to talk to some of the folks here in DC as well to help move forward. So again, I'm here to be your eyes and ears, try to work through the process, advise you on best trends and funding trends and everything else. I'm really pleased, and I think just a couple of short years, we've had some great success with the investment you've made, in a DC program back here. I get to see Senator Padilla quite frequently, as well as Congressman Kiley. Senator Schiff has a very sharp water staff that he's brought on. There's in fact 2 or 3 of them. One handles more ag-related issues, so more U.S. Department of Agriculture water related. The other specializes in Army Corps of Engineers Civil Works issues. And then he has a third staffer that's also really sharp handling Department of Interior. So while at this point, I think we're going to be really mostly going to Kiley and Padilla at some point. I think you'll probably be either through me or hearing from Senator Schiff, probably wanting to make his way up to to your part of the state as well, because he's told us, and he told me very personally, he wants to learn very quickly water. He was from the Glendale area, was not, if I could use a double entendre, not well immersed in water issues over on the House side, but he wants to learn very quickly and has invested in 3 different staffers to do it. So I'm keeping an eye out. If there's opportunities for tours or whatever, especially during the summer recess, I'm going to be sending them your way. I'll let Nick No and Director Saunders and others to host them as the opportunities come about. So that's what I have for now. Happy to take any broad questions on some of the, as I said, shock and awe here in DC. But as I said, I think we're back to regular order. And because again, President Trump and the Congress want to build things and keep the economy going, I think we're in a pretty good spot for this this session of Congress anyway. So happy to take any questions.
Director Saunders.
Yes.
And, did you hear anything about the April 4th, Secretary Noem canceled BRIC applications from fiscal years 2020 to 2023, and if they will be refunding that program again?
BRIC program was one that was definitely targeted because it was one funded largely through the Biden Inflation Reduction Act and came through FEMA. FEMA is the core, Michael, of that debate. We don't know what Secretary Noem wants to do away with FEMA. She wants to dismantle and devolve it, not so much take the money away, but send it to the states. It is going to take an act of Congress to do that. So for now, the funds, from what I understand, the funds are frozen, which the executive branch has the ability to do for a certain amount of time, but it's going to be dealt with. There was a hearing in the Homeland Security Subcommittee just last week where there were a lot of questions asked. I don't expect the BRIC program, to be honest with you, to be one of those that's going to be funded in future years. It's BRIC stands for, building resilient infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, it's
and community.
In community. So unfortunately, I always go back to the old Control F function on our keyboards. The Trump administration in the beginning, and with Elon Musk and all, they put climate in a lot of things. They put resilience, a lot of the keywords, and that was a criteria they used to either freeze or in some cases, even totally defund some of these programs. So I'm not optimistic, to be honest with you. It's going to be a hard one to get restored. So.
Thank you.
Any other
Good question.
questions?
I have a
Go
question.
ahead.
Not drill baby drill, but build baby build. The infrastructure, in light of congressional speak you're just using, and I'm not quite in sync with it. Is there any road to the commode as far as building new water storage capacity? And I believe Director Saunders and Nick would know what I'm talking about. Do we have the ability for large project construction still in the future, if that was something we decided to do?
To an extent, I would say if we're looking each year in a couple or $3 million tranche each year, we're in line. I think we're right in line. In fact, the application that General Manager Schneider and Adam put in was, I believe, a $3 million request, for your treated water line replacement. For storage, it's definitely on the agenda. I think that would be either Bureau of Reclamation, or we could do a future request through the EPA STAG program. So my easy answer is yes, water storage is definitely, particularly in light of the fires, I think it was very wise to submit the project that you did this year for this cycle, in light of the fires, especially I'm in Southern California and I'm here in DC, but I've spent 25 years in Southern California and San Diego, and there's definitely a sentiment that wildfires and water are very closely related now. So again, if it's a large project, something in the, $10-20 million range, it's usually something like we would want a reauthorization in the next WRDA bill and get the Army Corps to work on it. There's also something called the WIFIA program, which isn't going away. It's been very popular. WIFIA is basically a very low interest, sometimes even up to the point of near loan forgiveness, that was designed by Senator Dianne Feinstein a few years ago for projects that are really in the very regional, $20, $30, $40 million range. And it's been widely used. It was not well designed in the beginning because they charged too many fees and points up front. This is maybe going back 6 or 7 years ago when it first started, but that has been corrected. So I'm not one to say go for loans. I'd rather be, as a lobbyist especially, go straight for grants for you all, but if it's a huge project and sometimes if the numbers work out, WIFI has also been a good program. So, sorry, I gave a long answer for an easy question, but I'm still optimistic. As I said, if, as long as it's not climate related or anything like that, strict water storage to help the economy, I think we're still going to see some pretty good funding.
Your long answer helped answer my question, that in
Okay.
part. Thank you, thank you.
Any
Oh,
other
great.
questions?
Sorry, I didn't mean to filibuster, but I figured I'd give it.
Madam President, before he gets off, I'd like to add one just piece of color. We, through Dawn's help, we met with EPA in regard to the tank project at Sweetwater Trail. And we have a path forward to getting that project started. So just wanted to give an update on that grant money, the $1.25 million that was an appropriation for 2023 that we kind of got stonewalled by EPA. But Don was able to open the doors for us and make sure that he put us in contact with the right people. And we've met with them and we're working through some of the processes that they are. So I just wanted to make sure that that was brought up as well.
That's great.
Take our
That's
progress
something
on that.
specific we needed.
Yes, no, it was great. He was a big help.
Any other comment? Thank you, sir.
All right, well, thank you. And I look forward, please call me in between any time. Nick knows where to reach me. And I know, Michael, you have my cell, so I'm always available here in DC and love to come out at some point. We've been so busy here. I haven't had a chance to come to the West Coast at all, but hopefully sometime I want to visit your facilities and see where the rubber's hitting the road here. So thanks again. I'm going to sign off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
That's the legislative.
All right, so in light of that report, the first part I talked about the federal updates with Secretary Nell on Homeland Security canceling the FEMA BRIC program. Aqua Federal did want us to use letters to recommend sending a letter for federal sources because on average, $1 in prevention is going to save $6 in recovery. So by removing this program, they're actually increasing the funding from FEMA. But it doesn't look like advocating the BRIC may be the way to go. So we may push more towards the hazard mitigation plan. That might be the other pathway, I believe. The Fixed Our Forest Act updates. So the Senate bill has less in it than the congressional bill does. A lot of the recommendations from the Wildfire Commission, which Andy Fecco from PCWA was on, are in the Senate bill. Some of the main points is it does provide for community wildfire protection plans. So communities will be eligible for funding. And it does recognize water agencies' role in protecting the watershed. So those are some of the plus sides of that moving forward. And the state updates are there with the LIRA program, and there's 2 biomass bills to look at, AB 706 and AB 88. So we'll continue to look at that, and if anything's favorable, we could add that on to our action items. I have all the updates for all the district position bills, so you can see on the right side where they are. 2 bills went to the suspense file and didn't make it through, so they were both bills we were supporting. So SB 72, the California Water Plan, which would put some language in to help us with our water use conservation. That one went to suspense, and the PFAS mitigation fund went to suspense. So those are 2 bills that we would have liked to have seen move forward. So the only action item I have is one is to, as I said, provide letters to have the federal continue to use federal sources from FEMA for prevention. And the second would be for HR 1267. That's the Water Systems PFAS Liability Protection Act. And this one will exempt water agencies from liability under CERCLA. So if there's any PFAS found in us, it removes us from liabilities and goes directly to the source and creation of PFAS.
And what was the other one? You only had 2.
HR 1267, and then the advocacy letters for FEMA for having prevention sources.
Do we have that information on this?
That was the first part of what I said in the federal updates.
Okay,
So in federal updates, that whole first paragraph on FEMA brick program.
got it.
So send a letter to federal sources, and
Got it.
then the second part is HR 1267. And those are my two action items.
Is there any questions by any board members? There are questions by public?
What was the second reservoir? What was that plan?
We're looking
Canyon
to,
Creek?
no, we're looking to build a redundant reservoir. We don't have a location yet. We're exploring some different locations. A few years ago, LAFCO mandated us to find a redundant water supply. So it's something that has been on our radar to try to figure out where to put a second reservoir.
Okay, so it's not the onion, there's like 200 or something, 2,000 acre feet that Daryl used to say they could create an acre or the Onion Creek.
So one of the areas we're looking at is Onion Creek.
Okay.
One of the areas we're looking at is above Stumpy Meadows. And we originally were looking at Canyon Creek, but I don't feel that that's as feasible as we thought.
But it's not gonna be as large as Stumpy, it's just enough to.
We don't know that yet. It could be larger than Stumpy. We don't know. We're still assessing.
And just to add on that, the other thing is also with most of our inspection from State Water Resource Control Board, that's the other thing they put in their assessment is that we need a secondary source, so it also comes from the state as well.
Okay, is there a motion on these items?
Like to receive. It's just a receive.
No, it's action.
An action item. An action and vote.
There's action items.
Can you state the motion?
All right, so I make a motion that we support HR 1267 and send federal advocacy letters for prevention funding for FEMA.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pass. Are we doing legislative? Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're up to, letter of intent for the Water Resources Control Board. Regarding consolidation of Quintet Service Corporation. Yeah,
Thank you, Madam President. So I would just like to note that we do have several representatives that would like to speak on this topic today. We have two in the room, Fred Herzl and Stacy Snowman. Online, we have Maria Vasquez from State Board, Eric Uppal from State Board, and Jeff Ortmeyer from Sandbell. Sandbell is the consultant company that has been working on, if I missed anybody else that's online, I don't know. There's one name, I'm not sure who that is, so. But Sandbell's been working on this development of the water system assessment. What we had at our last meeting with State Board was they would like to continue the process. They would need a agency to give an intent to transfer. So if you read the letter that's attached in the board packet, it is very open-ended that if at any point the district feels uncomfortable with the process or how things are moving forward, we do not have to fulfill the commitment or intent to consolidate. The way the project sits currently, there are two options. One is for $11.5 million. One is for $12.5 million. This is all going to be funded by the state. So this does not come from the district or the district's customer base. And that is what the letter states, that if at any point this is not a fully funded project, we would reconsider on how the consolidation process would go forward. The difference in the project costs is the $11.5 million would be the big sticking point right now is a secondary water source. So the $11.5 million project is to find a property suitable to drill a well. And that would supply the new treatment plant at Quintet with well water. The second project type, which is what I'm recommending from State Board and from Quintet, would provide a pump station that would lift water out of our canal and it would deliver water into their treatment facility. So the project, the reason why the project is so much money is basically they're going to be replacing just about everything in the water system. So tanks, treatment plant, water lines, just about everything will be replaced.
That's in Quintet.
Oh yeah, just in Quintet, yeah, so it basically be a turnkey,
No, that's fine.
yeah, a turnkey new water district.
Right.
In working with Adam, we've assessed staffing, if this is a possibility, and it is definitely a possibility. We have 3 treatment operators. This would not be a manned treatment plant like the other 2 that we have, that could be done on a daily basis to take samples, drive up, drive back. We would not have to have somebody there all the time. Could also be remotely monitored from our other facilities. So please, I hope you had a chance to review the letter. The nice thing that we were given a couple things that we were told by the state. And it was a question that was brought up at the last time that this was discussed by the board. The state is willing, with this letter, is willing to reimburse all staff costs to the district. So Adam, myself, any of the other staff that has to help with any of the calculations, we submit staff time, we submit what we've done, how long we've worked, and the state will reimburse us all those costs. So we are not working for anybody else's, we're not taking any of district customer resources and providing them to Quintet. The state will be reimbursing all those costs. Secondly, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I possibly can. I did mention to the state that, this is a big ask of our district customers. This is a big ask of what the people who are already existing customers here. Why should Georgetown Divide consolidate with Quintet? And the state board offered that they would look into giving us grant money. They would look into giving us low interest loans. So we have options of making this worth the district's while to consider this consolidation. It's definitely a big ask. It's definitely something that is doing the right thing, maybe for our being a good neighbor, but it's also something that's a lot of asking to our district customers. Now, as also noted in the staff report, all of the customers that are in the Quintet area would become customers of the district. They would be paying district rates. They would be underneath the current cost of service analysis, something that we could do, since this is a disconnected portion of our service area, is there is a provision in 218 that if the costs of this service in this area are different than the cost of services in the additional area of the district, we could potentially charge these customers a different rate. Now, that's still an analysis that's further down the line, but that's just an informational item for you as a board. That's my report. You can see the letter. It is very general. I have had legal review the letter, so the legal is accepting the language that is in the letter. I've also had state board review the letter, and I've had the Quintet folks review the letter. So I will turn it over to, if the state board would like to make a statement, or if anybody from Quintet would like to make a statement, I would like to do that at this time. So I'll open the floor to either.
Just one clarification for Quintet, we didn't get to see the letter that was updated.
Oh, I thought I emailed it over to you. I apologize.
No, but we hear what you're saying, and I'm sure we can work that nuance out.
I took a lot of what you said in your letter and we just updated a few points.
Except for my scratching.
See one.
You can have mine.
Intent, see
Yeah.
one.
I just scratched on the bottom.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with you.
But if there are any questions about scope or anything, Jeff is on the line. He can give color to the scope of the project, anything that I may have missed or misstated. And then the 2 state representatives are here as well if you would like to ask them any questions. So Maria is the direct project person that we've been working with. And then Eric is, I believe, Maria's boss.
And I'd like to urge you to have an interactive dialogue with Eric and Maria today. They're incredibly valuable resources. They've made the effort to be here. I think when we first, when Fred and I came back and talked with the board previously, those were the kinds of questions that were most important to the board. That's what we recall. So we've asked them to make themselves available and get into the nitty gritty, whatever is helpful to you.
does the board have any additional information you want to give us, or can we just field our board questions to you guys or to the whole toll?
This is Eric from the State Water Board. I'm open to any questions that you guys may have on our funding program.
Director McDonald.
Two questions. The staff recommends a second option, the 12.5 million, because it's more reliable than a well, perhaps.
It's with the way the drilling a well here on the divide is hit and miss. You have something called fractured bedrock. So you could get great water for 6 months and then you get zero water for the rest of the year. And so my recommendation is that we don't even have that as an issue. We have a canal that we know when the water is coming into the canal, it wouldn't only be used in an emergency situation if there's spring, that they have a water source already. So it's if that water source is limited or fails, or we need additional water supply for whatever it is, or if that water source has some sort of disconnection from the rest of the water supply, that's when this pump would be utilized.
And my second question is, initially you said this is going to be fully funded and there's no out-of-pocket cost, and that's great. And then you said, but there's a big ask of the ratepayers. What's the big ask if it's fully funded?
Well, it's taking on an additional customer base that is it's only 60 homes. So just because it's fully funded doesn't mean that there isn't going to be costs associated with it. There is there's staff driving there. It's outside of our service area now, so it's different. It's not necessarily it's going to cost more, it's different costs. So that the big ask is to basically take this postage stamp and include it into the bigger portion of the district. And how do we make it so it's not a burden on the district customers? And that is my end goal is the 3,884 district customers that we have are not affected by adding these 60 customers.
So that answered my question. There was the initial cost, and then there's the staff time involved that's going to be reimbursed with you and management, and then there's the intangible cost of maintaining that postage stamp out there.
It's the after. So after this is a done deal and we're consolidated. So when Quintet becomes no more and Quintet is now Georgetown Divide, that's when there is the bigger ask of we have an additional service area that we have to maintain, and what is it going to cost to maintain that additional service area, and it cannot be onerous on current district customers.
Thank you.
Director Saunders.
Thank you for being here, Eric and Maria. I have two questions for you as well. One is there is representatives from Moonshot. I'm not sure if you're aware of them. That's a nonprofit that deals with helping with funding. Do you think they need to be they're interested in joining the project if necessary, if extra funding is needed? Do you think that would be necessary?
So we're currently in the planning phase. We have a funding agreement with Quintet on developing the engineering report, environmental documents, plans and specs, etc. So we'll defer to Quintet if they need to take on additional resources or help. But I believe Jeff's group is the folks that are handling a lot of the engineering and the grunt work for this project. So I'll defer to them if they feel the need for any additional help.
Okay, and then the second question is, when would you like us to have LAFCO involved?
For us, LAFCO is not needed until significantly down the line. As I mentioned, we're in the planning phases of developing these large documents. And then once these documents are developed, then a separate application is needed for the actual construction work.
Okay.
We typically require LAFCO prior to construction starting, and this actual planning work may take a couple of years to develop, environmental docs, etc. So it would be quite some time until we would need LAFCO involved.
Okay, thank you.
Director Stovall.
In researching this, I noticed there was an article in the Mountain Democrat dated about 10 years ago where the Quintet service area approached the board, and at that time it referred to Senate Bill 88 from 2015, and in there were obligation bonds of over $7 billion to finance water supply, quality, and infrastructure. is this where some of those funds would come from, or where's the source of the funding we're exploring?
Our current funding resources are drinking water SRF principal forgiveness, which is a federal funding source. That's essentially a grant. We also have proposition funds. Prop 4 just passed, and we're in the process of figuring out how to utilize those funds. And we also have safe and affordable drinking water funds. So a lot of our funding sources for our grant projects are state funded, luckily. So wouldn't be necessarily affected by any.
So you're saying
funds.
most of those are grants?
Correct.
Okay.
Director Thornborough.
Are you done, Bob?
Yeah.
Well, I got a couple of comments to make. First of all, I'm really surprised that the cost to build a treatment plant for 60 homes is about the same as we had to pay to build a treatment plant down there at ALT.
So just to clarify, this is more than just a treatment plant. This is treatment plant, distribution lines, pump station. It's the whole project. It's basically bringing a whole new water system to Quintet.
You got a place for the holding pond?
A whole, tanks, they're putting tanks in.
Oh, okay. Also, as I've stated in the past, our number one function is to provide water to members of our community who want it or need it. This is that. I don't see this, to me, this is a no-brainer as far as doing this. To me, it satisfies what I just said. It's not going to cost the same thing, it's fully funded. The question came up by Mitch that, well, the cost to run it, the cost to run it are going to be covered by the rates. The rates the customers are going to be paying. And so it's like, it's no different than what we got now, it's just an extension of it. This, to me, this is, the funding was the issue of the past. But I mean, we got this thing funded, we should build it tomorrow. The other thing is that I agree with what you're saying on having the primary come out of the canal, because there is a huge difference that some people don't think about in running a pump that's pulling water way out of the bottom of the ground and one that's just doing a lateral pump here.
Yeah, so that will be a primary, that'll be a secondary source. It'll be a redundant source just in case the original spring, because.
I get all that. You recommended that we use the primary source as the canal.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, is that it'll be a whole lot cheaper to run a pump that's pumping out of the canal, basically going laterally and hopefully going downhill. You won't need a pump, but versus a pump to pull the water, a few hundred feet or more from the ground. So, let's see, do you think that was it? I'm 100% for it.
Well,
Go
I'd
ahead.
come kiss you, but
Excuse me.
I won't.
That's probably not a good idea.
To piggyback on your no-brainer issue, I did some math. There's roughly 50, 60 customers. If we look at the amount that we generate through property tax, we have 3,800 customers generate 2.25 revenue and property tax. That's about $600 per customer. Assuming the properties up there are half the value of the average, that's still got to bring in over $15,000 a year continuing into the district. If we look at just the supplemental fee and the base charge, that will bring in an additional 28,000 into the district. So right at the baseline, even before there's any payment for water, there's $43,000 coming in to the district. And I think the staff costs and so on is going to be below that. Would you agree?
I agree, and I'm going to clarify your numbers. It's closer to 46,000 in property tax revenue.
Okay.
We get about 765 in property tax for each home, and there's 60 properties. So, I mean, that's a very round average number.
And I'm saying there's another 28,000 on top of that. So when I look at a cost benefit analysis for both Quintet and us, it sounds good. My question is, at least in 2015, each member paid $250 a year for water service. Is that? Where's that now?
400 now.
400?
450.
That's got to change significantly.
Oh, yeah, we totally know that. I mean, we're operating at 1961 standards. we meet the requirements of 1961 in our legal and other, we function in a way you cannot function. I mean, we
Okay.
shouldn't be functioning in this way, but that's all a bunch of neighbors can do.
Yeah.
So we're up to 450 now, and everybody has a limit on how much water they can take for that 450. But it's not paid based on how much you use. So if you don't live there full time, many of us don't, you pay the same amount for not one drop of water. So
Okay.
it's a whole different economy.
So what I see is that rate will go up to at least 28,000 a year. For the 60 customers are there, and that's
That's reality.
worth, okay, we'll see.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
we get it.
Okay,
We,
that's what I wanted to confirm, is that you see the big
we're the
picture.
realists.
We
That's
do
why we're
too,
here.
yeah. Okay.
So we understand.
So my questions are, have you done any numbers on what it's gonna cost, to service that area up there?
We have
via
not.
the district?
That's part of the analysis that'll come with the rest of this work, so we have not done any analysis on our own.
So are we gonna be running SCADA? Is that what you're gonna be running it from that plant?
That's the goal, is to do
Yeah,
some
yeah,
sort of
yeah.
remote.
That'd be the goal, but yeah.
Okay, and then it sounds like, LAFCO is kind of it's, once we get on the roll to pushing this forward, LAFCO is gonna just run in line with us.
So Shiva is with LAFCO, so
I
maybe,
understand
yeah,
that, but
yeah.
what I'm hearing from the state is one thing.
I understand.
And, what we were going through with the other group is another, where they hang things up for like 6 months. Which I guess we'll have to run into the state's timeline also of getting this thing done,
Maybe let her field that question.
of course.
Great. I lower my hand because I was going to comment. First of all, I want to say I am so happy and impressed to see this item. It's so good to see the state and the district being proactive, and this is going to be a great project. I have a question for Eric, but let me answer the question that you asked first. As far as LAFCO, when we get to that point that the annexation, you're about ready to, because they're not in your sphere of influence either, we have to increase, expand your sphere of influence and annex that district into your organization. And LAFCO is going to come in at that point. When you say LAFCO is another, agency to decide, we take your application, we process it. It's always based on facts and data, and unless there are some fundamental issues with the project, we do not deny the project. And since you're working so closely with the state and the other agency, Quintet Water Company, this project is moving with all the parties involved, in my opinion. So as far as the tax revenue, I just give you a little bit of caution there to talk to the auditor's office to know what that amount would be. It all depends on the AB8 negotiations when you start annexing that district and bringing that into your district. So if there are any other questions I can answer, and then I can ask my question from Eric.
Shiva, just to clarify, they are within our sphere of influence.
They are? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't have the map in front of me. Maybe there are some other ones, which is gonna, so the question that I have is, Quintet is not the only water company we know that they're having some issues, but there are some other ones that may not be in their sphere, or maybe, again, I don't have the map in front of me. The plans that you are providing and the engineering that you're doing and the infrastructure that you're planning to build, do you have the plan to bring these other water companies into the mix, or is just concentrated and tailored for Quintet?
Jeff can correct me if I'm wrong, but applications with Quintet, and so our scope is specific to Quintet, consolidating only. We can potentially look at future projects or separate projects of consolidating other entities as well. But our current scope is only involving Quintet currently.
So do you look at these other water companies and say, okay, if this project, the way that we're designing this can benefit those down the road, we can change the scope and spend a little bit more money on it and then include these, or you just do projects and then later on you just kind of see how you can benefit from this?
We definitely look if there are neighboring entities or residents that make sense to include as part of this project. That also help our ability to fund more money if there's more connections involved as well. So that's something that Jeff and Quintet, if they feel like there are connections or residents nearby that we can keep a relatively a cost that we can fund, they can consider maybe connecting them as well. But I'll defer to Quintet on that decision.
Great. So state doesn't per se go look at these areas and say, okay, these are down the road, maybe issue. You kind of leave it to the residents and those water companies and the agency itself, the district.
It's case by case. We do have entities that come in and larger entities that come in and say, hey, we identified these areas that we want to consolidate. So that would be something like, for example, if Georgetown came in and they identified, X amount of communities, our project can look into all that. But our project was specifically for Quintet. Initially, we thought it was just infrastructure improvements, and then that's when we kind of expanded into consolidation. But yeah, we have entities that come in and look at like feasibility of multiple agencies.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. I'm not trying to make the project more complicated or harder or take longer to do, but just sometimes you take a little bit longer, you're going to see the next item that they have, and you bring a project that would benefit some other residents as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I can continue now. It's a cost of service analysis for having those in. Going to be that cost added into the bigger picture. Like if we're gonna have to pay a consultant to do this cost of service analysis, we need that money funded also to be able to do this.
On that.
And then the other item is on that letter, shouldn't that be signed by the board and not by you? Because
Typically,
it's a big ask and a big signature that has to have approval.
well, typically I'm the representative of the board, so what you're telling me now, and I'll let legal expand on this, is giving me authorization to sign this letter to submit it to the state board
Okay.
per your recommendation.
Okay, I just want to make sure we needed to, so it's not out there that sometimes what we've seen in the past is, well, you can have it if you want.
Here, you can have this one. I have a
I
copy.
just only have one signature on it. So that was my only question is seeing that we've had problems in the past where a GM has signed for something that had not been approved, and then to go track it down to see if it had been approved and it wasn't approved. So we just want to circumvent ever having that happen to us.
Well, that's why it's here today, and that's why you all are voting on it. I'm not that person.
No,
I am
I'm not
not.
accusing you of that.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying, I will not sign a letter of this type. I don't sign any letters that are not approved at the board level that represent the district in that capacity. This is a much larger thing than I would.
Yeah, because I see the ones where you sign, the board president signs, and then they go forward.
Yeah, there are some. If you want your name on there, I'd happily put a line on there. I have no problem.
I signed my accept to a lot of bad things, so.
What's that?
A lot of things. So anyway, thank you. Director Thornborough.
To expand on what you said, I 100% agree. So for simplicity's sake, board president should be on all of these things. Anything the board approves, board president should sign. And and some of us are well aware why this is very important. That's what my original thing was, just out of curiosity, my original question was, I know it's been thrown around in the past, but I don't remember what it was. How many acre feet are we talking about taken out of our system to feed Quintet?
So we won't take anything out of our system unless it's an emergency. They have a spring source that they will utilize first. The pump, I wanna make sure that you understand the scope of what the project is. The pump that we were referring to is not their primary water source. It's the secondary water source in case of an emergency. So the reason we don't wanna have any pumps involved, so no wells, no pumps. Their spring source is a gravity-fed spring source that will flow into their treatment plant by gravity.
Hold on, okay, we're gonna shorten this up. I distinctly heard you say the primary source is going to come out of our canal.
I didn't use the word primary. It is a secondary source. The big issue, the big sticking point between what us accepting this project, it's about $8 million to do the whole water system, treatment plant, tanks, all that stuff. It's like $3.5 to $4 million for this pump station. I want a pump station for the emergency water to come out of our source. That in case their spring source fails for some reason, I don't want to have to pull a well. So this is only for a secondary water source.
So the primary source is gonna be their spring.
That is correct. It's about 16 acre feet of water, I want to say.
That either makes it more of a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's, yeah, totally.
All right.
Done? Good. Saunders.
So I had a couple of things. One is, do we need a resolution to go with this?
The letter is, I think, the resolution.
Yeah, resolution or motion. If the board would like to sign, that's fine. I would just advise that they allow the general manager
Oh, yeah.
Discretion to work with the districts. Oftentimes, if it's just the board that signs, different state agencies would require going back to the board every time a change needs to be made. That can get a bit laborious.
We've just had problems. That's why it was brought up.
Understood.
It would be in addition to the general manager. The second thing is, can we have a inclusion of the engineering report from Ortmeyer provided to the board?
Yeah, so it's not done yet. That's why we didn't include it. They're still working on the report. I pulled out the cost because that's their initial cost analysis. But when this becomes a further issue, I will be happy to provide that to you.
All right, and then my third question is to Eric. This is kind of tying into what Executive Director Frenson from LAFCO was talking about. So from the SAFER website from the state, there are identified at-risk municipal service corporations in El Dorado County. I mean, they're out throughout the state, but if you look at the county, there are additional ones. So pretty much that was what she was talking about is, are those identified and working on a plan so it gets to it proactively before it's at a point where they are failing, and then now the next closest water agency is trying to scramble to provide a way to keep them being viable.
Everything to put quintet though, which is what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, what was the specific question?
About the at-risk municipal service corporations that are highlighted in El Dorado County. Is there a way that the state highlights those before they do become at risk and are now have to be absorbed into the next closest water agency?
Yeah, we definitely monitor, we call it SAFER status of all the water systems in California. Right now, we're prioritizing failing systems, and at-risk systems are something that we're looking at to prioritize as well. And consolidations is something we always prioritize. So the way our program work, it's agencies have to apply. We try to do outreach. We try to do, provide information on the program as much as possible. So it will be up to, systems to apply or, larger agencies to apply on their behalf. But yes, at-risk systems are something that we're looking into prioritizing this fiscal year.
Thank you.
I would just like to point out to the board, this is regarding consolidation action with Quintet Service Corporation, nobody else. Director.
One thing that Director Thornborough brought up, it just created an idea in me. We're talking about two sources of water. I'm concerned about fire hydrants in the area. They have to be under pressure. Will that be part of the infrastructure?
I believe it is. I could defer to Jeff on that question.
Okay, because it needs to be pressurized.
Well, so the system is pressurized. Once it hits the treatment plant, it's then gravity fed into the town under pressure. So
Under pressure. Okay.
it's they have to meet all the state guidelines and everything with the system. They can't do it substandard.
given that part of this project is fire protection with hydrants, does that open up potential other funding sources?
Not necessarily. And one thing I did want to chime in on, I think Mr. Schneider said, our intent is to fully grant fund this project, but every fiscal year, it's subject to change based on availability of funds, and our limits change every year. So I think this upcoming fiscal year, our grant limit is 10 million. As Mr. Schneider mentioned, the cost I think is around 11.5 to 12 million. And so part of this, we're working with Jeff on is kind of reducing the cost to at least get around the 10 million ballpark change. In a couple of years when, all these documents are done and a formal construction application is submitted, we don't know what that limit's going to be. And obviously this letter of intent is not, tying Georgetown to the consolidation. Obviously, once we know what our limits are, how much we can fund, at that point, Georgetown can make a decision. The context of this is that, we came in to this planning project with Quintet on infrastructure improvements specific to them. Then it opened up to consolidation. And it sounded like there was uncertainty if Georgetown was open to consolidating, and that was our recommendation, is a letter of intent to show that you guys are open to consolidating. Obviously, it has to be to the best terms for your residents. So things can change in a couple of years. We are, as I mentioned, prioritizing consolidation, and we do want to connect Quintet on. We do have ability to get our deputy director approval, board approval if things exceed limits in our intended use plan.
Thank you.
Director McDonald.
Yeah, further clarify, Director, Thornborough's, requiring pumping. Whether it's, pumped out of the ground or pumped into the treatment plant from the current, 16 acre foot reservoir. If it was, and I don't know if it is gravity fed from the canal, does it still need to be pressurized? Cause there's not that much pressure. Does it still need to be pumped from the canal?
So let me try to explain the system one more time. So there's an existing spring that they're utilizing now. It's about 16 acre feet of water that it can supply. It's not enough for them every year. That 16 acre feet will gravity feed into a water treatment plant that the state board will fund a rebuild to. So tanks, they basically call it a package treatment plant. It'll come in. It is just one thing. The water will go through it, whatever treatment they decide to utilize. The pump or the well, the sticking point with that is this is a strictly redundant water supply. So if at some point that spring source goes down, the district doesn't want to have to be up there supplying bottled water or trucking water to people's homes. So we are requiring the state, if we are going to do this, to build the secondary water supply source, and that is where the pumps come in. So currently the canal is below grade of where Quintet is. That's why we had to put a pump station in.
Okay.
The well would also be a pump, but it would be up above the service area, and it would pump water out of the ground and then gravity feed it into the treatment plant. So there's two pumps involved, well pump or pump out of the canal. But I think I don't want to deal with having a well in fractured bedrock.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that is an efficient well source, and that could also fail. Whereas the pump out of the canal, we know that there's always water in the canal. We put it there, and there better always be water in the canal. Otherwise, we have 3,884 other angry customers. So we are going to stick that straw into our canal because we know that we can supply that water, and then that will be pumped as a secondary water source only.
Then one other question is, are we going to have to initiate something within our ordinance that if water, that there may be water restrictions and have to be imposed during extreme drought season? And that's one thing we kind of don't have in our system in place right now. That the state's been wanting to do that to us, but we haven't had to do it. But since this is an area that is more at risk of going dry than we are. Excuse me. So is there something where we're going to have to trigger another facet of our ordinance for enforcement of some kind?
Which ordinance are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying that, at some point, there's water, state mandates that you have to do water restriction. If there's a situation where something happens where the water sources get, and we have to implement water restricted, then are we gonna be ready to be able to do that when this all triggers and opens up?
So this would be considered a health and human
Right.
source of water. So that would be treated water, just like our customers down here have treated water. So the first thing that we would pull back is the raw water service. Because that's not a health and human water source of water. That is a beneficial water use source, but it's not a requirement by the state. This would be a requirement by the state. We could not cut this water. If the state said you need to reduce your consumption by X%, then we could do that based on that. But this is still, this would be a higher priority than, say, our raw water customers.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if there's something and we have to restrict their water usage for some reason, because basically, the state came back and said 30 gallons per day per person, maximum, whatever is what we had to get down to. Are we gonna have something in place, or are we gonna be able to implement our ordinances to? Do the big picture, not the little picture,
Yeah,
or the.
you get like a water can, under water management.
They would go into-
Yeah.
Okay.
They would do
Well,
the
that we
urban
gotta
water
do too.
management. plan.
After we consolidated, they
Yeah.
will be Georgetown Divide Public Utility
Okay.
District. So anything that is mandated to Georgetown Divide Public Utility District will also be mandated to those 60 customers. The difference is they have their water source is their own water source. Those 60 homes have an existing water source, just like we have Stumpy. They have this spring source,
Right.
obviously not the same level of water. So they do have an existing spring source, and that spring source would be the one that could be reduced. Now, the downside of their spring source is it is an appropriative right. So it's not a pre-14 right, it is can be curtailed,
Right.
it can be reduced. There's a lot of restrictions on that water supply source. So that comes again into, if that water source gets curtailed, we could also utilize the pump, and we could pump water out of our canal if need be, as again, the secondary source. Now, I think you were only curtailed one time, and that was in 2015, right? 2 times? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not common, and it's also not common to curtail a drinking water source. And that's something you can kind of fight back against on the state board. So I'm getting a nod from Eric at state board. That's not a common practice. They're not gonna cut off a drinking water source. They typically cut off a more of a raw water source. If that makes sense.
Okay, Director Saunders.
Yeah, just gotta add that would go into our urban water management plan, and we'd also create the water shortage demand assessment, so that would all be created when they became added in. The other thing I was gonna add is to help with the board understanding the system that Quintet already has, if we could have in a future closed session, the draft engineering report, because the draft engineering report is done, and that doesn't have to go to public if we do it in closed session, so the board can be familiar with the what their actual system is. So some of those questions may be helpful.
Let me check with Jeff and see if I can disseminate it out via email to just the board members and see if they would be acceptable to that. I don't see it as a problem. I reviewed it, Adam's reviewed it. It may be not an issue to send it to you.
Any more comments? Public?
I have one question for Eric when you're done. So you can have a public comment, but I have one quick question.
Have any public comments?
Yeah, get all grants.
Yeah.
And will we have a specific rate study for that area when that?
That's what I asked for.
Yeah,
I'm going to work with the state to have them develop some sort of either work with a consultant or however, whatever they feel is best to develop a cost analysis for that area.
okay.
So we're not paying for that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Eric, when we address this letter, am I addressing it to the board? Am I addressing it to a person at DFA?
That's a good question. You can just send it directed towards me.
Okay, I can do that. And I just want to clarify, you would like your name added onto the bottom of the letter and sign on as well?
Some board member on there, yes.
Well, it's gonna be you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't have, I mean, like I said, you
No,
don't,
do it.
because the
Make it
staff-
be, 'cause we had this problem before, and
No, I
we're
understand.
not gonna go twice.
the motion says you're giving me authorization, so I'd be happy to put your name on there, that doesn't bother me one bit. But if you don't want to put your name on there, we can just keep it the way the staff recommendation is.
No, we want Eric to know we all care.
Well, Eric knows that, like I said, I'm the clerk of the board, so I am your official, and that's why you are authorizing me, but however you guys want to do it, I don't care.
Okay,
We've had this discussion over and over. I think we have a consensus or something. We want the board president to sign it.
All right, I'd like.
Just the board president?
No, you too.
Okay, yeah,
Board president.
I'm just clarifying, I want to make sure I understand what the.
Alright.
well, the board consensus was, okay. Director Saunders,
I'd like to
please.
make a motion that we send a letter of intent to engage in evaluation of a potential consolidation of Quintet Service Corporation with Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. With authorizing the general manager with a signature of the board president.
I second it.
All in favor?
I,
Aye. Opposed? Pass.
On our
Long
way.
road.
On our way.
Thank you all.
Yep.
What?
Thank you, everyone.
Somebody oppose it?
No, somebody didn't open their mouth when I was looking at him, and I was waiting for him to open his mouth.
Oh, okay.
He was either voting or abstaining, one of the two.
I said aye.
Alrighty. 8C. With that page. Discussion issuing local agency formation, Commission LAFCO. With annexation to include irrigation customers.
Thank you. This did come up at the last board meeting. It was tabled and we have now brought it back per recommendations from the LAFCO officials on how to develop this annexation process. We do have the rights in the room, which are the initial irrigation customers who initiated this process, and they've been diligent along the way. And we also have Executive Director Frenson from LAFCO. So what we have done is we went back and looked, instead of having a box of annexing a box, we are looking at annexing the current 10 customers who are active within the irrigation system. And we identified 10 customers that are recent customers within the district. And they are still have infrastructure, can have irrigation service turned on by our staff. And then we have one interested customer who has called in and expressed interest in receiving irrigation service in the future. So it's for a total of 21 customers. I know the staff report says there's 10, 11, and then 2. That has changed along the way. And that unfortunately, after this has posted, it changed. So that's why there's a slightly different customer count there. We have reached out to
Just clarify that again.
it's 10, 10, and 1, so 21 total.
Okay.
10
that's
existing, 10 that were customers that are now inactive, and then 1 interested party.
Okay.
We reached out to all 10. We have received an indication from 9 of the 10 that they would be interested in being annexed into the district, and they would be supportive of this process. We have not heard back from the 10th customer. We did the 10 inactive customers. We do not have a lot of contact information for them. We have gone out, we've talked, we've tried to email. We've done everything we can. We have not received any negative feedback, but we also haven't received any positive feedback either. Again, the one interested party is an interested party, so they are supportive of the annexation as well. So in talking with LAFCO, to start this process, it would require a deposit of $5,000. I believe that it would still be approximately $15,000 to do the full process, and I will let Ms. Frenson speak on that at an appropriate time. In utilization of this process, we also have the ability to amend the water rates for these customers for this season while this is being hashed out at the LAFCO process. So this number has actually changed because according to the consent calendar, one of the customers was an out-of-district customer from that area who was disappointed with the higher rates and wanted to take the year off while this annexation process played itself out. So we already lost their revenue for the season, which is about $700 to $800. The total refund amount or total reduction of revenue amount would be $5,389.35. Now, one way that the district will end up recouping some of this money is through the property taxes of the additional 10 customers and the one interested party. So they are not giving any property taxes, and they are also not receiving, we're not giving them any service at the present time. So their property tax money will be coming in whether or not they ever start the service or not. The annexed properties is approximately 131 acres. There is a map inside of the resolution that shows the properties. The blue properties are the current customers. The red properties are the inactive customers, and the green is an interested party. So through this process, we would recommend as a staff that the board of directors authorize LAFCO to begin the annexation process for these 21 properties and also offer the customers, the 10 active customers, a reduction of their irrigation rates for the 2025 season to in-district rates. So that is, I'll open it up to any questions at that point.
I have one clarification real quick.
Go ahead.
If they get annexed
Mhm.
to the ones that, can they say no?
Can-
Can the property,
So they can, they can protest, and if there's 25% more protest, then it goes to a ballot initiative.
if you don't have information on these, say, 10 customers,
Yes,
how are they being notified? So how can they be publicly served or whatever, so they are knowledgeable of what's happening?
that is done through the LAFCO process.
We send. Can I answer that question? We send notification to every single one of these customers that are impacted with the information that this is your right, this is how you can send in your protest, this is the timeline. So we do everything by the book.
The thing we are at on that, those inactive customers, a lot of those properties changed hands, so we didn't go through that formal like county record process. We just did like the informal call.
Which is, but they're going to do.
They're gonna do the formal part of it, yeah, so
Okay.
so that's why some of the inactive customers, we didn't have current information for, but the active customers we did.
Okay, thank you. Thornbrook.
Okay, with this, the thoughts, it's my original opinion of how the rates should be and everything. And I gave a lot of thought, and I think that we should, on the item of the cost of this thing, I think the district should just pay the $15,000. It's not that much, number one. Number two, it's an investment for the district. We're gonna be getting the rates, and we're gonna be getting revenue for the property, So let's just pay the damn $15,000. Secondly, on the rates, they're getting their rates reduced for this year. I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with the way that they're proposing doing it. Because I think they should pay it, and then after they get the annex, then they could get a credit for the difference of what it would have been. Not front load it. That's what I think about it. So and there's always discussion about, well, we'll get the 15,000 here, we'll do this, we'll do that. Just pay the 15,000. You know, I mean, geez, we spent more than that, we just bought 2 trucks. For a lot more than $15,000. So anyway, that's my take on it. I gave it a lot of thought, and I think that benefits the customers. It benefits the district. Everybody's happy, and we can get this thing moving along. The end.
Director Stovall.
It's more of the legal question is, how is legal with reducing the rates that customers place in different classes? That's, to me, can we do that legally?
It depends on your rate structure and how your power is given to you and what availability you have to negotiate those rates mid-season. Generally, the question last time came up on, is it a gift of public funds? It's not, I wouldn't consider it a gift of public funds because there's a public benefit in it. So I think that would be off the table, but it would really be whether or not you have the ability to alter your rates or forgive portions of rates.
So we just did a cost of service analysis in December, and this rate would be below the top end of the cost of service analysis. So.
And we were told we could not change the rates, whatever they were listed as, everybody would have to pay.
So you can change the rates to, let me clarify before you, because I want to make sure that we all understand. You can change the rates for customer classes as long as they are not, the percentages are not the same. So what you're offering here is, as these are being annexed into becoming in district, they're going to be getting the in district rates. So I understand we're not changing we're bringing them into the customer class that they're going to be at, and that's the rate that we're going to charge them. I understand what you're
I
saying.
know you're trying to make me a believer, but I'm not buying it. Director Saunders.
If I can ask Shiva this question as well, so during the hearing process, if we have any of the customers that do not want to be in it, you recommend that we just remove them out like we did in previous projects, like the ranching community in South Lake Tahoe that didn't want to be part of the city annexation? Is it better to just remove those out, the people that show up to the hearing and don't want to be part of it?
So the difference between when they protest at the hearing versus the way South Lake Tahoe did it, South Lake Tahoe they amended their application. So it came to LAFCO, even though they amended it after the ABA negotiation happened, they amended it. So when it came to LAFCO with the amendment, we let everybody know, all the agencies, the auditor's office, all the county, everybody who was involved was notified again that this application was amended and this parcel was removed. The way that you are recommending, if that protest hearing happens and they are against it, the commission cannot change it. So if we can condition the project, but not like that. I mean, we can remove parcels. If you want to pass it, then there are some customers that don't want to be part of it, and you don't get to that threshold, definitely you can condition it and say, oh, let's just remove these parcels because these are not beneficial or whatever. The commission can make a decision. But if you get to that threshold, there's nothing that you can do. That's where you need to go with. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Director Stovall.
Can you give me an estimate of timing, how long it will take before this process is completed and we can see the revenue from property tax? Is that a 1 or 2 year process?
So the way it works is even after the commission approves the project, we send it to the Board of Equalization, and Board of Equalization changes the tax rates by December. And then they send it to the county, and the county role, the assessor's office kind of brings those new numbers in and then incorporates it for the next fiscal tax year when they send the tax rolls out. So even if this was approved today, it would take a little longer for you guys to see the tax revenue in your books because it has to go through the Board of Equalization and the process at the county to put those in place.
So that would be July of 2026.
I believe that's the date that you're looking at, assuming that we can we can get your application, the commission approves it, we have the 30-day, after the commission approves the project, and then we submit to Board of Equalization before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other comments? Public comment.
I went to the county to pay my taxes and I stopped by the auditor's office. And it's interesting that there's 28 tax rate areas in the district. And some of them pay up to 14% of the Prop 13 money that comes out of their taxes. And it's divided up between all of the other special districts in the area. So the district next to their area is paying 12 point something. So, but it goes on their assessed value. So each of those 10 parcels are paying separate amounts, would pay separate amounts of money because it's based on their assessment.
They're not
So-
paying the money, they're already,
part of their tax.
it's
Well,
a
it's-
percentage of the money that they already paid.
Correct, it's not coming out of their tax money, but out of the Prop 13 money. So I think you should know what that figure is. Of
Well,
what
we-
they actually, because the rate study wasn't done properly, because you took a general amount. You didn't go by each parcel, so they actually technically are paying more money, some are paying more than the other should be paying. Because it wasn't calculated correctly. So anyway, it's more like 12 and what, some of them are 14% that we get. In the tax district. Just saying, you probably should know how much the actual revenue really is. But it's more than 325, so.
Do you have a public comment? Since you're the vested interest.
Yeah, that's, obviously, I'm hoping you decide to do this. I would, I do think it's getting this through and hopefully everybody is already thinking that we should push, that we should go ahead and annex all these properties. I do think it's a matter of equity. I think it's a matter of these properties should have been in the district the whole time, like since whatever, 1940, whatever, this got established. So, about paying extra for this year because the taxes won't kick in until next year. Wow, I would hope that, the offset of the taxes in the future would influence people to not lose any more customers because we all got our bill this week. And it is significant and to me, the argument for giving everybody, go ahead and giving everybody the rate for in district for this year would be that you don't want to lose more people. That you lose your tax base, you lose people, you don't want people to say, no, never mind, I'm not gonna do this. I think we're all aware of the benefits of having people annex in. I would hope that we would get the in-district rates for this year. It is a big hit for us. Just even going to the increase for the amount of the people in district is a bigger chunk of what we've all been paying up until now. That's anything else to add to this thing?
Well, I'm impressed with how much work our directors put into pursuing this process. I very much appreciate Ms. Frensden with LAFCO. I think this is such a wonderful thing for everybody. And thank you so much for your consideration.
Any more public comments? Director Thorville.
If I could serve, just to be clear. The reason I've said that if this annex takes place. Then you could get some of that money back, the difference between in-district and out-of-district. But for everything I'm hearing from the very beginning, this isn't a sure deal. So for us to go ahead and give you guys in-district rates now, and then it ends up not happening, you know, then that is, to me, paying a simple gift of public funds. So we have to look at things like that. So that's why I say that if the annex happens, because I'm not seeing anywhere where this is a for sure done deal, here we go, let's just do it, you know? I wish I was seeing that, then I would be more likely to go the way that you wanna go, but I have to look at what's best for the district. Yeah, we can't just, you know, give district funds away.
We can win.
As by, they got it.
So just to clarify, we have not received any negative responses to this. And that's the only way that this would not go forward is if, so there's 21 customers, my math is that'd be 5 or 6, six, I believe, is 25% of that. You'd have to have 6 customers that would say no to that. And we've received at least 11 positives that they really want to do this.
It's still a possibility.
I'm
Can't gamble with district money.
I'm just clarifying, that's all.
So basically, if we don't have 16 of these properties go affirmative, then it's going to cost us more money to get this through LAFCO, because the estimate is 15, it's not a total, because we're annexing and you're estimating 21 customers.
21 properties, yes.
21 property. So if 16 say yes, then the 25% is the no.
Well, that's 16,
So-
16, yes, then we would go through.
Okay, but what I'm saying is there's that possibility, and you're saying 10 of them you haven't had any contact with at all.
We've reached out, but we haven't had any negative feedback from it.
Well, you haven't had any feedback.
That's correct.
So if that's the case, half of them haven't responded.
9 of them have not, 10 of them haven't responded.
Okay, 10 of 21 have not responded, which is a big number. Which now are we looking at? Okay, if we let this rate go through to be in-house, then basically we're going to have to go back and reassess if it fails. That now they got gifted basically funds because they didn't have to pay the rate that they were originally on the COSA were required to pay. So we sort of gave them a,
Free money.
pardon me?
Free money.
Yeah, basically, you know, cause you know, some of us are paying like $700. And so that on top of it would be whatever. So that's my only concern now, seeing that we don't have roughly 3/4 of them agreeing to it and have been reached out and contacted to. So now we're kind of putting us at risk of now reassessing these people if it fails next year, and the big issue with that. Mitch, sorry, McDonald.
I tend to agree with Director Thornborough and then Director Seaman's assessment. And there's no guarantee, it's probably 90% or more, but still, especially those 2 directors, they're really adamant about utilizing the ratepayers' resources effectively and appropriately, and not playing fast and loose with the money. There's no guarantee, and if this is my own personal budget, I would not expect to be front-loaded the money without anything secured. So at this point, I think I'm leaning towards having the rate go through as is, and then giving them a windfall or a refund, not a gift of public funds, or whatever you call it, but a reimbursement or something.
A credit.
A credit, yeah.
Director Saunders.
I recommend we have 2 motions on this, so one motion for the resolution of the LAFCO annexation, and then the second motion on the what to do with the,
You're welcome to make a motion at any time.
and what to do with the,
Then we have to,
credit versus, reimbursement.
wait a minute, what does this resolution say?
And I looked through and I didn't, there was nothing in the resolution.
Nothing in the resolution about.
Okay, then we're good.
The resolution is only
To push
going
through for
to
LAFCO.
LAFCO, correct? And I believe there's a, Ms. Frenson has her hand raised. I don't know if you wanted to take her again.
Yes, please.
Okay.
If I can interject. So for the resolution, thank you, Director Saunders, for breaking these two into two resolutions. For the annexation, I would like the board to consider giving direction because Nicholas and his team are going to come to LAFCO and they're going to fill out some forms and officially submit the application to LAFCO. So right now they have 21 parcels in there. We talked about CEQA exemption. I don't know if that one last customer has the infrastructure or not already, but leave some authority for him to change the scope of these 21 customers. So, for example, if he hears from someone tomorrow and they don't want to be part of it, it makes a lot of sense for him, for the application that he submits to us, to not have that one parcel. And a lot of things may change between now and when he has the application ready. So if you can give him that authority with the resolution, approve these 21 with some kind of direction that he can, not the 10 that are existing customers. Don't give him the authority for those, but the other 11 that he's adding, have some authority and flexibility for those. Nicholas, does that sound good?
If the board approves it, I'm okay with that.
Yes, okay. And also I want to tell you, I really appreciate Nicholas and his group. They worked really hard to bring this resolution together and work with our office closely. So thank you.
Director Stovall.
Yeah, just to clarify, when you're looking at a protest, you're not looking at how many people want it, just how many people do not want it, correct?
Correct. I was going to say
So
that,
we're
but
not
yeah,
looking
you're
for
absolutely correct.
25%, 75% positive. The threshold is 25% against it.
Yes,
And
they can
again,
be
okay, go
pro
ahead.
or neutral. They can be neutral, and that doesn't count against it. So just protest, yes.
Very similar to the cost of service. You're only looking for people who say no.
And again, I kind of want to go back to the legal question was, what's the difference between providing a reimbursement after this passes versus providing a credit now? To me, it's not, I hear it's a rights question, but my concern is it's a legal question.
Yeah, that's a good question. You would have to have a basis for the reimbursement.
Well, we have a basis because they would become customers
It would be in.
in an area,
Yeah.
customer versus out of area customer.
Right.
Right now, we're saying, oh, you're out of area and we're going to give you in area rates.
Yeah, so I think the basis of the credit on the back end is stating we are identifying you as in district or potential in district. It's kind of a pseudo class where you're paying out of district rates, but you're within the concept of district rates such that if that's formalized, you get the district rates prorated basically.
Yeah.
And so you get that credit on the back end.
So from a legal viewpoint, what's your argument of one versus the other? Not making a recommendation, but what are the arguments between the two options?
I think
What's our risk?
Yeah, I think you can do both.
Okay.
I think there's the obvious financial risk of if you claim them as in district now, how do you recoup that money afterwards if they end up always being out of districts? I think that's more of an operational discussion rather than a legal one. The legal question truly is, how do you characterize these parcels in their correct class? And you, as a board, are allowed to have that discussion and make distinctions.
Okay.
Because
so-
you're technically not changing the rate of a class, you're just changing the class of a parcel. And if you want to make that parcel in district or out of district, Well, that's just based on your distinctions and how you guys identify either district or out of districts.
And also, the motion is going to have to be, if we go to forward with LAFCO, we're putting out that $15,000. That's gonna be an upfront cost versus now you're asking the district to also put up the rates that we may or may not get, and or the tax base. So there are risks there.
Can I make a clarification on that 15,000 with LAFCO?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, that was an estimate.
So with that 15,000, some portion of that goes to the Board of Equalization and some of the other fees. So if there is a protest and this doesn't move forward, you're not going to incur those charges. So this is not going to go to the Board of Equalization. The only part that you're going to incur the charges on are our staff time for processing this application.
Right, so we have costs that we're gonna be putting up front at risk.
Yes, but not the
There we go.
entire amount.
Okay. Okay, now that we have a separation of motions, do you wanna motion it?
We did that last time.
Well, no, but he
I
didn't,
had a question.
he had a question that cut it off, so we never got to that point.
Agreed.
So I'll make the first
Hold,
motion.
hold on, I think legal wants to add a small caveat to the resolution that states, and it was the, what, Director Frenson asked, and this would go underneath the sub-bullet of A. Are you actually another sub-bullet or just?
You can attach it to A, so it would just be in addition to A.
His language states the general manager has the delegated authority to subtract parcels from exhibit A. And that's what, if we find somebody who does not want to be a part of this, I can pull them off of the resolution.
Where are you at?
On the resolution, right here under number A, letter A, excuse me.
So the language I was gonna do is
Here?
if this is, let me run this by the lawyer, was, to give the staff the authority to remove
I
parcels,
wouldn't say staff.
to
No,
give the
it's always
general
the GM.
manager the authority to remove parcels based on. What did you say? The general manager has the delegated authority to subtract parcels from exhibit A, and that's good because that'll also incorporate not only those that have a negative that they don't want to join the district, but also if there is one that does have a CEQA impact, which will require us to have to do the CEQA. So that will cover both those that do not want to be part of it and both those that want to be, that may be not CEQA exempt.
Yeah, I didn't want to restrict the reasons
Yeah.
why to take them off, but I said only subtract. Because I understand the board doesn't want to just continue, grant the power to add more and more parcels without bringing
Yes.
them back.
Okay, yeah.
And are you going to add that we're paying them?
I believe it was in there, but I will,
Part of the staff recommendation is to pay the deposit of
Right.
$5,000.
but I will make sure that it's in the it's in the motion up front, so we are. aware
That's why I'm
of it.
asking, your
Yes.
resolution is going to be
Yes, it will,
saying,
it'll include that.
aren't you making that now?
Yes, so I would like to make a resolution that we give,
Motion.
I would like to make a motion that we give, allow the resolution to be signed that gives the general manager the authority to, initiate proceedings for the annexation of territory within the district to LAFCO. And it delegates the authority to subtract parcels from exhibit A and also allows for the deposit of the $5,000 fees with LAFCO.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
And then we need the second motion for, the fees.
So let me, if I may, I'll make the distinction because I want to be very clear, because this is slightly complicated. Either there is the option just to not grant any type of distinction on the rates. There's also the distinction to just grant them a class that is in district. Obviously, that's not necessarily what you want to do. I'm just trying to bookend things. And then you have in the middle, the distinction of changing the class initially to the in district with the caveat that if LAFCO process fails, you will retroactively make them an out of district such that they would pay that difference the following year.
Might be a little less onerous on them.
Or they're considered out of districts. If the LAFCO process goes through, then they would retroactively be considered in district, receiving a credit on their following years.
For the difference of what an out of area versus an
Spot
in
on.
district.
Yeah.
Irrigation customer pays.
So either you could give them a reimburse, give them a discount now with the caveat to bill them next year if it doesn't go through. Or bill them now with the ability to give them a credit next year, which
You're gonna lose customers because they're gonna get double, they're gonna
potentially,
be double hit next year and you may not get them to pay.
yeah, but well, we get tax lien them if we did, that's the problem.
But they have to apply. Here we go again. They
So
apply,
this would still be,
they, or not apply. And if they don't apply, then how do you lead them from something
because
that,
they still have a service rendered.
I think it'd be easier to do it the other way. Go ahead.
I don't see any way. I understand we got legal counsel here and everything, but with district funds, you can't do that with district funds. Say, well, here, we're gonna give you this money, and if this doesn't happen, we're gonna charge you this money. If this doesn't happen, it does happen, then we're gonna do that. I don't understand how we could possibly do that. You're front loading, it's not front loading, there's another word for it, but you're basically, saying, well, here's district money, that you get, okay? If this goes through, then that's fine, but if this doesn't go through, then you gotta pay us this other money. We shouldn't be doing it that way with our district's money, our customers' money. That's not what you do.
It's just it's a deferring of the payment, so
I get it.
but you also could lose customers along the way because they're having the large, I'm just giving you both sides. of the
I
options,
get
yeah.
that, but that's irrelevant.
I understand, I'm not making a decision for you.
Yeah,
To you, yeah.
that's not the way we're supposed to be operating.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Thank you. Director Saunders.
I just had a question that irrigation customers for this season have already signed the contracts and started paying that were out of district already.
So they've received their bill,
So they haven't started yet.
they have not started paying yet, what our plan was to reach out to the 10 customers if this goes through and let them know that they would have a reduced rate. We did lose 1 inch of water. It's the customer that was in consent.
Yeah.
And that was because of the higher rates. He wanted to sit the year out and hopefully this annexation process goes through. He was going to come back next year. So Jessica just told me that some of them have paid, so
It's due upon receipt, so a lot of them have paid.
we'd have to go back and look about those certain customers, whether or not they've paid. But yeah, money has started coming.
Director McDonough.
Thank you. Point of clarification, I can't remember who it was. Who said if we lose a customer, we lose a customer anyway? What was that?
That was last time Brian said that. If we lose that, so if, I'm just gonna use the rights, because they're sitting in the room, and I can point at them.
Yeah.
If they're annexed,
Mhm.
their property tax will be in perpetuity.
Mhm.
But if they're not annexed, next year they decide, you know what, we don't wanna pay these high rates anymore. We don't ever get anything from them again. So if a customer leaves the district as a irrigation customer, we will lose their revenue in perpetuity. If these 21 properties are annexed into the district, we will get their tax money in perpetuity.
But again, we're fronting.
Yeah, so you can, in your motion, you could state that you would wish that if this annexation process does not go through, that they will be billed at the end of the process for the balance of the rate.
How long would they have?
I think they said they would have until June of 2026. June 30th.
Director Saunders.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things we do as a board is, we do, if there is something that happened where people did not get the water or something, they did come back for us for refunds at the end and the board can grant that. And this seems to be the consensus of the board, which doesn't go against our 218. So it seems that the board is willing to grant that credit once annexing of the in-district, and I think
Right.
you will get the money back. I mean, you're still paying at the front end, but you're also not violating the 218, and the other customers remain equity. So I think that might be the best way to do it if.
Especially after what during the 218, we had to go through about the percentage had to be for all irrigation customers. We couldn't break it up at any way different. And then now we're saying, oh, because we're gonna put ourselves in this process and we're gonna, put funds at risk, basically, of income that we had expected, because that's what the COSA was, the whole thing was, these are expected funds, these aren't, something we can willy-nilly give away. So,
Can I add one thing? As whoever is, if there's whatever motion comes, will you add as part of your motion add that staff can send a letter to these folks, these 10 folks, stating that at the conclusion of the annexation process and it is successful, they will receive a credit of whatever we calculate that each one of them's refund will be, so that they're aware that some of this money could be coming back to them. That might, if we can send that front load that letter, they may be more willing to pay, and then they won't have as many problems. And so I think,
realistically, their bill is due the end of this month.
So that's what I'm saying is I would like to send them a letter to say, hey, we're working on this. We understand that this is an onerous amount of money, but the board has made a decision that we are going through a LAFCO annexation process. And at the conclusion of that, if it's successful, you will get a credit of X dollars, whatever we calculate. Is that copacetic? I think that's what I would like to have permission from you all to do.
Yeah, because basically the district is paying for the annexation.
That is correct.
Win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, can you make a motion?
And I agree with that. That's akin to like the frequently asked questions we gave out with the 218. It's providing information. So if the board is fine with me going ahead with this motion. So I make a motion that we grant the out-of-district irrigation customers the ability to get a refund of the difference between the out-of-district costs and the in-district costs once the annexation goes through, and allowing staff to provide a letter giving that information to the customers before the bill process.
Nice.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right.
Who was the second?
Thornborough.
Thornborough, the quiet guy in the corner.
We had a double. McDonald and Thornborough. Thornborough got you by.
saw it, huh?
Thornborough got you by
Eagle
about
eye.
a half a
Eagle eye over
second.
there. Yeah.
There's no way in hell that October would be able to propose a motion like that.
Well, you're allowed to second it, so that's
I'll
just
let
to
it do my dirty work.
say, thank you guys for coming again. Hopefully this process is a quick one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can I leave? Okay,
Yes.
bye. Take care.
Had to save it more for you guys.
Okay, we're up to AD.
Found a problem with the work chart. Okay, so.
Organizational chart changes.
So, thank you. I will turn this over to Adam if he has anything to add in a moment, but I would like to just kind of set it up. At the last board meeting, there was a retirement. Kyle Madison, he was our field superintendent. He left us on the 20th, I believe, 16th. I already said 16th, April 16th. So that was his last day. What we're proposing to do today is we would like to have an amendment to the organizational chart. If you'll notice in your board packet, you have the current one, which states that the operations manager then goes to the water treatment lead and the field superintendent. So we are proposing that we remove that field superintendent position and we elevate the distribution lead position and the maintenance lead position to be equals in the process here. Now, did include a salary chart of what we would like to have those salaries. We will explain that in just a moment. I would like to clarify a question that I got received from a board member before the meeting about this and about the numbers. So it is going from 26 full-time staff to 27 full-time staff. And the reason why it's a little confusing is the 2 vacant positions. The distribution lead, we promoted one of the 5 to being a distribution lead person. So there's only 4 current distribution operators. And there's 3 current maintenance worker openings, and we elevated one of those to being the lead position. So that's why it's a little confusing. There's a box that didn't have a person in it, and there's a box that had 5 people in it. Does that make sense? Okay. So
And then the total amount of employees, you had 2 full-time equivalents on the previous org chart, and now there's really only 1. If you're looking at.
So we have one that's leaving, and we have one that was promoted to admin aide 2 in the process. So that's why. So we have an admin 1, an admin 2, and an admin 3. So we are losing one of the admin 1s. So when the original org chart was set up, it was 2 admin 1s and only 1 admin 3.
Yeah.
So this admin 2 was not a filled spot.
Yeah.
It was just an option. Okay, so the process we are hoping to push forward is, again, to elevate these 2 positions to be direct reports to Adam and taking out the field superintendent as a report. I will say that Brian is our distribution lead, has stepped up and done absolutely an amazing job at taking over as distribution lead operator. And Mike has done an amazing job as the maintenance lead operator. So Brian Can is distribution lead and Mike Scheidez is the maintenance lead. And they have really stepped up to make it so that we don't need that buffer of having a field superintendent. And they are being the field superintendents for their crew, and they work very well together. So this position, we don't need anymore. What we are proposing is to replace that 1 position. Is we would like to elevate Mike's position in salary and take away his, he's the only one here who gets an equity adjustment of the leads. Well, the water treatment operator lead gets a small one, about 0.5% every year. The maintenance lead position gets an equity adjustment every year. The distribution lead does not. He was not given an equity adjustment in the MOU. So as part of this, we would like to provide the maintenance lead operator an equity adjustment from the $33 up to $38. And then he would get no more equity adjustments moving forward. He would only get COLA adjustments just like everybody else does. So that is one piece to this puzzle. Now, and then the second piece is we'd like to add 2 positions on the bottom end as entry-level positions, 1 distribution operator and 1 maintenance worker. So you can notice how it goes from having, we have currently 4 distribution operators, we would get to 5, and then we have 4 maintenance workers, 3 maintenance workers, and we would go to 4. So what we're proposing is after we've calculated all the salary adjustments, we would be saving the district $27,000 moving into year 25-26. And that's because we removed the 1 salary and we're bringing in 2 entry-level salaries, which are far less. In year 2, we're still seeing that it's likely to be about $5,000 to $10,000 of savings. However, we won't know exactly what it is because of the COLA adjustments, and we can't assume what the COLA is going to be. So we won't know exactly what it will be in year 2. One of the issues that we're facing is a shortage of Class A drivers, and part of the maintenance lead position and elevating it with this elevated salary, we will be requiring him within 18 months to receive his Class A license so that he can operate the trucks and the trailers and making sure that the equipment can move around the district. So he's not just getting an equity adjustment for free. He does have something that he has to do on his end, and that is to get a Class A license. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Adam if he has anything that I missed anything. or if you guys want to ask any questions to us.
Yeah, I don't think you missed anything. I think you covered, I think, as questions come up, maybe you can help support the responses there. But I think you covered most, obviously the staff report, kind of details, some of the rationale. behind it.
Director McDonald,
Did
I catch you up?
Thanks. Any additional hoop jumping besides getting the Class A license?
There is no additional hoop jumping.
Yeah. And it's not contingent upon the increase getting that license 18 months later. He gets the increase at day one.
He will get it day one. If he does not get the license within 18 months, then we'll have to assess it with the union, and the union is aware of the time frame, and they have agreed that this is an appropriate amount of time for him to get the license, and at that point, it will be, I hate to say it, but he will either be bumped down or we'll have to come up with some other, plan.
Thank you.
Director Thornborough.
Are any of the classifications, is there a requirement for Class A?
Distribution lead, and now if this is approved, maintenance lead, just those two have a requirement. We tried at the last MOU to get other classifications to have a Class A license, and the union pushed back against it pretty hard. And that was something that they were a hard no on. What they've offered is we would like to offer some of these employees a step increase if they decide to get their Class A. I'm still working on how we can facilitate getting more Class A drivers as some sort of an incentive to them. But these just distribution lead and maintenance lead are the only two required if this is passed.
Okay, well, first of all, I have the utmost respect for our staff. I think the staff inside and out that we have now is pretty damn awesome.
I agree.
However, here's the big issue that I have. It says it right in here. Is that for years and years and years and decades, we've been hearing how we're so understaffed. We need more staff, we need more staff. Well, in the meantime, we've been spending millions of dollars on equipment to make our staff easier for them to do the work, or to make their work more efficient and to help and all that. A ton of money. Even the last thing we bought, the dump truck, the justification for that is for our staff to make half as many trips. Okay, $1.5 million for meters so that staff would be freed up and not have to go read meters. There, you got a vacuum trainer, you got all these hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stuff to help staff. So they could get more done and be more efficient. Now we went, oh, well, we need more staff. I've been hearing that for decades. And I don't agree with the staff, I agree with it's a lot cheaper for the district to have equipment than staff. And, I just, I'm tired of hearing to say what I consider malarkey. Our staff is doing an awesome job. Adam reports every time, shows pictures of some pretty remarkable things they're doing. Why? Because they have the equipment. So what may have been true 20 years ago or 10 years ago, where, hey, we need more staff because, we're struggling with the equipment we have, the trucks we have. I mean, we spent thousands of dollars tooling up every truck because it was discovered that if a worker needed this particular tool, he had to go track down some other worker that had it on his truck. That was ludicrous. Adam stepped in and has really taken over and done an awesome job. Got us up on safety standards, OSHA requirements, tools in trucks. And I think the place is working great. I'm tired of being on the board and saying, okay, yeah, you need this, you bet, go get it, okay? And then they come back and say, oh, well, we've been struggling getting this stuff done. Come on. I don't agree with that. I see the pictures, I see them out in the field. They're not struggling. They're doing a great job. And so and the other issue that I have is, to me, you're reneging on a deal. You told me quite a while ago that you said, hey, our field superintendent's gonna be retiring.
Mhm.
And I got this plan, I don't wanna replace them, instead, I wanna put in 2 leads. And we'll save a lot of money.
Mhm.
Okay, we did that.
Mhm.
Now you wanna increase it even more.
No, I don't want to increase it anymore. I want to add,
Sure you do.
well, I want to, what I put in front of you is to save the district almost 30 grand this year.
Does that money include it when they did the calculations? Like, for example, with one person, they have a max medical coverage for their whole family, about $2,500. Okay, so if you have 3 people, then you have $7,500 a month,
We're not adding 3 people.
huh?
We're not adding 3 people.
Oh, no, well, you added 2 people, you're right. When you added the 2 leads, now you got, we have a liability for the district per month of $10,000 where you only had, I'm sorry, $5,000 whereas before you had 2,500.
It's not 20,
$6.
yeah, it's not $2,500. It's $2,000 even if you have a full family.
Okay, it's 2,000, I thought it was
It's
2,500.
2,000, it's like $2,096.
So it's 2,000, so you
Isn't it
lose that,
depending on who, what company you go to?
That's the max it can get.
Like most conservative.
That's the cheapest.
It just went up January 1st to 906.
So yes, we calculated all of the benefits and the whole package and everything, and that is still saving the district $30,000.
yeah, but I'm looking at millions of dollars that we spent.
Yeah, so there are,
I'm supporting,
I 100% agree that this board has put the tools in the hands of the workers. And the workers have been able to get a lot more done. There are still things that go by the wayside that we are not able to get completed. And there is a grant that we have outstanding that we are hoping to get that is going to be district manpower in kind services manned. So, you know, I'm not saying that that's why this is being done, but there are projects like that that we would like to continue to be able to do and not affect the rest of the customers. So I agree with you that you've put every resource and every tool in their hands, and it's been amazing. And I even spoke to Kyle before he left, and he commented on it. He said it's a lot different here now than it was, you know, even like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
Things have been put into place that makes their job more fun, easier, able to get more stuff done. But
and
Director,
what I keep seeing is they want more and more and more.
I mean, if you look, you've read the.
Good. No, I've read.
No, it's fine, yeah.
I'm interested.
I just, you know, I think, right, you know, we're a small district, a lot of infrastructure, right? And I know it's always like, you know, we're short, we're asked for this, and which I totally appreciate, like a lot of changes that have happened couldn't have been done without support of the board, right? And I think what we're saying with this here is not that we're struggling, right? We're saying that we're trying to get to a point where how it shifted, right? So we shifted a field superintendent that had a skill set that kind of encompassed both departments, right? So in the last year, we've transitioned, you know, him out of that, but he's going up into that. So when that happens, you take that resource out of the field and within those leads, not completely, partially, right? So what that does is takes that actual labor that you're having, you know, staff support doing that, they have had to transition into some more office work to make sure, you know, how it trickles down. You know, we have different grants comes in, we line up the projects, and then from there, they kind of plan the project. You know, Kyle was doing that, supporting, going back and forth. And he has been doing that for a while, you know, 5, 10, 15 years. I don't know how long he was superintendent before I got here. But now, so those leads have taken that part of that role. And so that resource that was in the field is getting transferred to the office to get those projects planned, to get those projects going, get the material going. And so how we did that was, how we're proposing was, so when that comes out, you know, we have a lower level come in, much cheaper to dish. I get it still costs money. they'll cost money, but we're kind of trying to balance that and equalize out that loss into it, make it well-rounded again. That's all I wanted to add to your
Right, and I appreciate that, but the thing, like I said. Time again, we get this in here that all the staff is struggling and all this sort of thing. And I don't think, and I don't want us to, now I understand and I applaud you, like, I'll never tell you this stuff, but anyway. The cardigan thing, I mean, all these things that you're doing to get better maintenance on the vehicles. I'm still questioning the grease thing. And, but it's like, you know, to me, you're doing what should have been done a long time ago. However, I don't believe in having, you pay these guys all this money, you know, to do office work. Okay, we need to, the whole thing about the technology is to make things more automated.
Yeah, we can.
You know, and so that's the way it should be running instead of people sitting in the office. So that's why.
Yeah, I don't think that he was saying that they're sitting in the office. I think, so the maintenance leads are planning the projects, they're delegating the projects. I would say that they're very, very little in the office. However, they are also running a crew now. And so there's multiple people in multiple places that they have to provide support to.
Are they working supervisors or?
Working supervisors, absolutely.
Okay, that's
So,
a good
but they
thing.
still have to support their crews as needed when they are out in the field. So if a canal operator or a maintenance worker group needs something, then they have to remove themselves from their work and go help somebody else. So there's just a lot of different responsibilities that those
Right, but
lead
look at
people
the
have.
numbers they're supervising, you know, you gotta lead the supervisor 4 guys. One supervisor 3 guys.
So basically, you got rid of a management position.
Okay, and they're replacing him with entry-level
Right,
positions.
well, that's my take on it, and then the biggest thing is, like I said. We've been supporting these guys, giving them everything they need so they can work better, faster, and more efficient and all that sort of thing. And I keep hearing the same thing, all these guys are struggling to get the work done.
Yeah, I don't think that I said that they're struggling at all.
Right in here, read it here.
Okay.
Let's see where. The study found that current staffing left over are insufficient to provide hydrant flushing that goes on with the
Yeah, so
the mediocre stuff, but wait a minute. Somewhere in here I read where it says that they were having an issue. Getting everything done.
I think there's always, you know, within any water district, like today's a perfect example. Like we went to replace a hydrant and when we were operating a valve broke.
Yeah.
And that valve probably broke is because we exercise when we can. We don't have like we need
Right.
exercise. We need a flushing program where we have, and that's like those extra resources, you know, those lower level staff, that's where that comes from.
I've never seen an organization whose staff, their maintenance staff, their out in the field staff, are sitting around with nothing to do. Every
Okay.
maintenance staff has stuff to do.
Yeah, right, yeah.
If they do what they're supposed to be doing, you know?
Yeah, but I think we have stuff that doesn't get touched that could be getting done and should be getting done.
That's right, and that's why we're spending all this money to give the equipment, so you can have time to go do all that
But
stuff.
it's
doesn't run itself.
But it's over and above the equipment that there's
Okay, well.
Okay, can we move on? Because this has been beat down pretty good.
Thank
Dr.
you.
McDonald.
Couple quick questions and a comment. Nicholas? We're losing one person, gaining 2, correct?
That is correct.
$27,000 savings-ish the first year.
That is correct.
Okay, what I notice on boards when they, or let's say the ALT board, for instance, they buy this, they buy that to offset labor. Okay, what's never talked about is, yes, like the buddy system on meter reading. Where did the guy in the truck go and what's he been doing that you could justify all the pictures that you're taking and all the, you know, I would come to the table to the board to show, yes, we one extra meter reader, this much time, this many hours, this is probably this is what he's been doing to show us that the investments that Director Thornburg was saying, where does it show up in the actual productivity? What has gotten done that wouldn't have otherwise? So you know, build the scenario, the story that shows us the return of investment in the equipment and supplies and everything. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, well, I think part of that is like, I think it goes back to, I think it all roots from customer service and customer complaints. Like, they're not non-existent, but I think that's a big factor, right? You know, a customer calls in, we're able to respond, you know, like the meter reader. That's basically what he does. You know, he reads meters, and like this month, you look at my operation for he had a 550 USAs this month, which is the highest I've ever seen. So that's you know, marking locations, all those power poles, you gotta mark every single one, but you know, it before, sometimes even it was a day before we go respond to a customer. Now, like we're getting better and better, and that's that, you know, we just get closer and closer to.
That's what I didn't miss. Also mentioned, yes, those are the intangible. It's hard to quantify in dollars. What does that mean? It could have, but in customer satisfaction. If we had like a quality satisfaction survey, we might see it in that means, right?
Yeah, and another example. So for example, so just this last 2 weeks ago, we read meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
We read meters. One guy did it. During that week, we had that break in Slager Mine, which took our whole distribution crew and part of our maintenance crew, and we put in a master meter. We would not be able to do both of them. I mean, we would have had to do the break, obviously, but those wouldn't have happened. Some of the hydrants wouldn't have happened just because we had, you know, that's the kind of stuff. And that's what I think that's what we're trying to point out here. We're going from, you know, trying the maintenance stuff also, but trying to have a proactive approach.
Okay, let's go back to the MOU and the job description. So we're gonna have changes in the MOU encompassing the job description.
It'd
And
be a side letter that we're gonna write a side letter that would be attached to the MOU, looking at like an appendix.
we are going to give it to them, and we haven't gotten anything from them.
They've already approved this.
Do we have it in writing?
I have it on an email, you know.
So we haven't seen it, if they're in writing and what they've said.
I can put it up on my screen right now.
And that's what, you know, because that's the kind of things we ran into with this local 39 was one of our nemesis of problems that happened. And we never got a real good negotiation with them, and the MOU was,
Closed session stuff.
no, that was out in public.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That MOU went in public.
Okay, you're right.
So, so we would have to change the MOU and change the job description.
Yeah, that's why there's a resolution on here. So they've agreed to what the resolution states of the change in the salary, removing the field superintendent position.
But adding the requirement of the 18-month, to get the job done, and then also, don't they usually have to have in writing what happens if they don't get it?
Yeah, so basically, he would be bumped.
Basically, he's on probation for 18 months at a certain rate.
Theoretically, we're not calling it a probation, but yes, if he does not get it, he would be bumped back down.
And that's gonna be in writing somewhere that
It will be part of the side letter.
Okay, so,
For Network with Friends and Networks, what's the opening wages for the positions that are coming up?
21 or 22 an hour.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Director Tomro.
Page 1 of 3, where it says discussion. First sentence, staffing level detail above. Struggles.
Found it.
Found it? Yeah. Did you go, uh-oh?
So historically,
No,
and so I think historically, yeah, we've always struggled, and I think we can always do more. I think that's the end goal, is we want to be able to provide the best service to our customers as possible. So yes, you found the struggle. I will eat that word, and I apologize. But we as a staff, we want to do the best job we can for both you as a board member, providing service to your customers. And I will note that.
Struggle to try to maintain that information,
What's
to
that?
give our customers the best cost of service.
And every organization always wants more staff.
Yes.
I'm not coming here asking you to give me 10 more people.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to give us a couple more so that we can make sure that we get extra work. There's a lot of things that we have coming up on the horizon that are, well, let me give me 1 second to say what I'm gonna say, and then I'll be happy to. We have a lot of things coming up. So eventually we're gonna be taking over hydro. So there's maintenance workers that are already here that can help with the hydro stuff. There's the big pipeline project that is AHMGP grant. That is our agreement with the grant is that we're gonna do the work. They're gonna give us the money to do the work, but we're gonna do the work. So there's lots of things that we can do that is over and above what we already are doing.
Absolutely, that has nothing whatsoever to do with this. When we get the hydro, we're gonna have more revenue. Of course, we're gonna need somebody to run it. That is totally different. All these things that are coming up, and we're gonna need more staff because we're taking on more facilities, that is different. But to continually say, we're struggling, we need more guys, it's just to get the work done that we have already. Now, as we take on more responsibilities or more facilities, of course, we're gonna need more guys. But I'm talking about all the money we have spent to support these guys, these ones here, the historical guys, the guys you have now. We have spent a hell of a lot of money, and it's like, okay, now what do we got to show for it?
A better service that we're providing.
Bingo.
But we can provide even a better service.
Of course you can. Everybody wants more people.
Well, I'm not saying.
Okay,
People are expensive.
we're beating this down beyond, it's either we're for it or against it. It's not
Yeah.
beating the GM because of his poor wording.
I make a motion.
Wait a minute, I got.
Wait a minute, I didn't write that.
Yeah.
It says it was prepared by Adam.
Doesn't matter, wait a minute,
It says approved by me. not-
there you go.
No, that was too
And
quick.
then if you look at the back, who's the two names on here?
You.
Anyway.
You.
The public.
I have a comment. This is exactly how the org chart was in the summer of either 2018 or 19. There were 2 leads, and then Steve Palmer made a field superintendent.
That's because he wanted 5 managers to be installed.
Well, yeah, but then it was to replace that lead distribution, but he didn't get rid of the position.
No, it was gone. We actually,
Well, I questioned it.
we just brought it back. There was no lead positions within
Well,
our.
no, there wasn't a position, but he didn't take it off of the MOU.
So that's exactly what I'm saying, is it was not in the MOU. There was no lead positions in the MOU. It was brought back in the new MOU that was approved in 2024.
Okay, but I don't know where this extra admin 1/8 came from, because there was always 2 or 3,
So
one
I'll-
was half coming,
So I'll explain to you what that's a little bit of confusing, and I'll give you that.
unless it was Gloria.
We had Glory was never on the org chart. We had 2 admin aid 1s when this original org chart was applied. We had no admin aid 2s.
Oh.
It was an option of having an admin aid 2, but we did not have one. And we had 1 admin aid 3. Now we have a 1, a 2, and a 3.
Because there's 3.
There is only 3 admin aids,
Okay.
but we originally had 2 1s and 1 3. And the 2 was remaining on the org chart. It should have said vacant, or should have said no employee. And I'll say that was my fault that it was not caught like that. Yeah, that was
Because I
not.
went and looked back to
That's
2021 and there were 24.
Hey, I can admit that was
Well,
old. That was
that's
last year.
So
Anyway.
2021, there were 24 employees.
What are you pointing
I
at?
didn't put
Steve
vacant
Dowd, I
because
think,
it
is a
implies that there's 4 positions open.
There's
for
no
applicants.
hand up.
Yeah, but he texted me.
I'm just saying, that's.
I don't know how to raise my hand.
That's a personal problem, Steve. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going in for surgery. I can't raise my hand.
Wow, it is a personal problem. Go ahead.
Yes, it is. All right. I say that $5 an hour raise is too much. Give him $1 an hour. And then if he gets his class A, give him another $1 an hour in 18 months or whenever he gets his license. Getting that license is a big deal. I had one, and it's a big deal getting that license. And if you don't get it, you don't get it. So $5 is too much.
I'd like to respond to that. Mr. Dowd, that's $11,440 a year. Okay, that $5. And I also
Yes.
wanted to comment, we're replacing 1 salaried individual with,
No,
They're all hourly.
they're all of them were hourly, even,
Superintendent was hourly too.
okay, thank you.
So every time he was on overtime, his high salary was getting overtime pay.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay. I think
Thank
we
you.
did
thank you.
Quite welcome, good luck. Can I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Whatever in the heck we started.
Yeah, that we approve the amended organizational chart. And does that include all the?
And you could just say, and the amendments to the maintenance operator lead position.
And the amendments to the maintenance operator lead position.
Is that contingent on the information from the union?
Yes, continue, we'll have to have a side letter that will come back that you'll approve as well. So that will be part of it.
Contingent upon the letter from the union.
Side letter from the union.
Side letter from the union.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1.
And then I'd just like to add a comment on this.
No.
This is based on the state law AB 2561, which says we have to have that public hearing of all of our vacancies and the
It
recruitment.
will be
efforts
happening at the board, at the budget meeting.
prior to the, okay, thank you.
It'll be next month, it'll be in June.
Public hearing.
You have a public hearing to show what positions you have, vacancies you have. It's a new law that they have
Oh,
put
it's
out.
new this year.
Yes.
It
Never
came into effect January 1st, 2025, and it was related directly to this.
And one comment on that is that going to then affect the budget, and how is that going to be shown? Are you going to show that extra money that we're
So the
saving?
budget will go down.
That's what I wanted to see.
Well, we'll have to, we won't have it at this meeting, but we'll have to amend it for, yeah.
Okay, this is the one I've been waiting for.
Are you talking about the positions?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No.
Pretty much.
So, we're up to AE. It's either a Nick or Adam show for the automated.
I'll set it up and Adam can knock it down. This is a continuation of the check that's on the wall. This is the last of the money to spend on the $250,000 that was given to us by the state. So we spent the initial $130,000-ish on generators. And the second part was for drought resilience, and this is automated meter infrastructure is the radio antennas and the
This is the transmitter on top of the things, I guess.
the infrastructure to read the meters remotely is what this is. It's to do more. So we have some of these in place, and this is to do more of them. So what we're asking for is an expenditure of $111,868.65 to Ferguson. Ferguson, now that one of the issues that was raised by legal is this is a sole source contract because Ferguson is the only distributor of the Neptune product here locally. So that is why you're only seeing Ferguson and no other companies bidding on a project like this. And so I would just, at that point, we can open it up for any kind of questions, or if Adam has anything he wants to add.
But it's the guys that did our
Same ones,
meters.
same ones still meant, yeah. Cause they, I mean, they. are-
We can't go to anybody else, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I mean.
They're the only people who
That's-
sell this product.
That's typically how all meters work, like census meters, drawing like the Mueller meters, Neptune meters, that's typically how it works. The only addition was, so this is with the AMI is, right now we have, part of Third Gate. The other one tank was on top of Chipmunk, on top of Hotch's Kill, so it's kind of get the upcountry and town area. And then, Garden Park, which gets a lot of Garden Park and Johnstown Creekside. And then, Deer Ravine tank, which is further towards First Gate, which we, hopefully get, other side for trails and something cool. And that's so we did a propagation study through Neptune. They kind of go through and now analyze what's the highest return on these gateways.
Dr. Saunders, are you done? I'm sorry.
I think the only other thing to add would be these quotes are for gateways, getting antennas up. What's not included on here is you get better results when you have antennas at the meters. So we have some now left over from the project where we're putting them in locations where we anticipate these, but down the road, there will be some expenditures for, boxes and antennas, you know, will kind of be built into the CIP.
Director Saunders.
That was the question. How many boxes are we planning to put antennas on?
Well, so every, you would want an antenna on every single meter. That's your best result.
So that's what we're planning to do with this.
With this is actually the gateway infrastructure on top of the tanks that talks to the meters.
So this is just 3 or 4 tanks.
Yes, this is 3 tanks. So this will get, you know, this will get the, most of them, you know, but the full potential won't be reached until you get antennas on the external antennas on every meter.
And to add, we did, as part of our appropriation, we asked for $500,000 of additional funding to continue this, to put antennas, the boxes, the lids. So there's more money that we are hoping that is coming.
Director Thornborough.
Which goes to my question of, we're not okay using anything more than grant funds.
This is only grant funds.
Only grant.
There was only a little section in there was like $900 to really complete if you look on the backside of staff report in this portion of it.
Does that use up the whole 250?
Use the whole 250, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're not okay expanding, it's
Nope.
continuing with the antennas. You know, if we approve this.
Only
with our own money.
$958.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Have we put a lot, any kind of contingencies on this company, since this company has not fulfilled their contract on a previous contract?
So I plan to work with them on, we've had some issues with some of the meters. And I will be having a meeting with Ferguson on some of the issues that they've had.
Suck up that $900.
I will suck up more than $900. How's that?
I like that.
I don't take no for an answer.
Yeah, cause like we had, but last time where they said, oh, for $11,000, we were gonna do all this notification, all this other
We got
stuff.
that money back.
I did it, but it was like, we had to point out to them that they
My
failed to meet the contract.
my wife
expectations.
likes to say, when we have to call customer service and we have to have something to move, you get on the phone and you get them to move.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director McDonald.
Thank you. Just clarify that for me, Adam. You said this should cover eventually all the meters?
No, not this project, will not cover all of them.
Oh,
I think it's gonna, you know, this terrain is challenging to get every single meter if we do 3 or 4 more towers. We're gonna get close, but if we get, you know, more funding, but it's hard.
We will
because
probably never get 100% coverage, just because of where canyons and houses are down in dips, and this will probably get us to what, 65-75%-ish.
That's what they said originally when we went to all those meetings, but they would never get 100%.
Yeah, you could do it, it would, I mean, the cost benefit would be not worth it to hit every house. But what we're trying to do is probably get to 85 to 90%, that's our end goal, I think, and then the last 10% would be manually read.
This is 1242, that's what, a third?
Yeah, we already have about 500 to 600 in the system already right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
So we still have other spots like this. We still like Pilot Hill area. There's still opportunity down there. Further towards Kelsey Bain Road, there's opportunity down there.
So 90% eventually, because of the microclimates.
Yeah, it's just hard. Like even like Angel Camp where it's at now.
Yeah.
They're in the draw down there by the lake. They're right next to it. We don't get them, but we get some down off of Black Rock. So it's just how the terrain is.
Okay.
Director Saunders.
So with the additional appropriation, that'll allow us to put antennas on all of the meters?
That should be enough to finish the project.
Now, if we do that, even if it doesn't read directly to everywhere, will the people that have Water Smart at their own meter be able to read the?
No.
So currently the ones that have AMI now, in WaterSmart, it's updated about every hour. So they have every hour access for those AMI customers, right? That's what you're asking.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I think what he's asking is if they're not read AMI by the district to the district, can they read it from their phone directly to the meter? I don't think there's an infrastructure to go from the meter to a phone.
No, so it has.
to come here and then it's basically decoded and then sent back out to the customers.
Okay, so it still would be that, okay.
Yeah. That's a Neptune. There's some meter companies that you can do that. I think it's like Flowtech or something. It's like an add-on, but Neptune and some Mueller meters, they're reading proprietary and you can't have like an app to do it.
And the software, you have to have their software. You can't have any extra software, so.
Okay, any other board comments? Oh.
What about the flat areas like ALT and?
Those are the 600 that
So
are,
you're only gonna be put these things on tanks? What about Black Oak Mine tank?
That's another one we could, that, so we evaluate that one, but you think where that one sits too. You Drop down that hill, you're not getting anything in Meadowbrook area, you're only getting Garden Valley, so
Yeah.
Garden Park, you're gonna get a lot more, so we're starting there. And that's
Okay,
what we have
will
more
Garden
fun.
Park go all the way over to Marshall?
It's hard to say with, I could look at the propagation of it, what
You
part
know,
of
the
Mark.
flat part in Marshall by the fire station?
It probably would, yeah, I bet you it would. It'd be, yeah, because we get, like I said, Angel Camp gets some all the way up to Black Rock, which is almost the second gate.
Oh, wow.
So if the line of sight's correct,
But we didn't put antennas on all the meters to start with.
no, we focused originally on those ones around Angel Camp, but that was the easiest one to get done.
So originally there were some installed.
Yeah.
Antenna, okay.
And if right now the reader goes out and has a problem with them, we have antennas here and he installs them to help him read too. So there's a couple like real remote meters he installs, so he doesn't drive all the way up the driveway. He can get it from a further distance.
Are you limited to where you can put those antennas besides district property?
The antennas on the meters or antennas on?
well, we could lease land from
Yeah.
somebody else, but that would cost us money. So yeah, we could definitely work with another person to do it.
Well, because PG&E uses that type of reading off of their poles.
Yeah, but we'd have to contract
You
with
have to pay
PG&E,
them.
they're gonna want money from us, so.
But you could put up a stationary, but you'd have to get some kind of a
You'd have to have a lease.
approval for the utility.
You'd have to-
Yeah, and we'd have to pay them money.
Yeah.
They're not gonna let us do it for free.
Well, yeah, if you do PG&E, but.
Anybody, would.
Any other? I guess we only have Steve.
Okay. So you got a question?
For me?
It didn't look like you have a question.
Okay, any other director's questions, comments? Do we have a motion?
There we go.
Give us a-
I'll take the motion that we approve the automated meter infrastructure upgrades.
A second.
All approved?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? F. Ding, 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 we're up to F. Okay, we're up to, 8F,
So you want me to start?
I guess so.
This is consideration of potential participation in the water transfer program. This is per the water transfer policy. I will say I have not received any requests for water transfer as of today. I do have a meeting next week with Westlands on either Tuesday or Wednesday to discuss whether or not they will have any want for a water transfer this year. I would say early indications are not favorable. There's a lot of water in the system and the federal allocation is high enough that it probably will not warrant us transferring water. I will be reaching out to some of my other contacts throughout the state to see if anyone else might be interested. So all we're seeking here is the ability to continue to have discussions and talks with people who may potentially be interested in transferring water from us. That's all.
Any board questions, Director Saunders?
Yeah, seeing that Shasta, Orville, all of those are in their capacity, the other water transfer option, maybe they consider those groundwater agencies that may want to have a recharge, because that's another option.
That is that's who I'm going, them and state water contractors as well.
Any other director's comment? Public comment?
Is there a price range right now?
No, I have not.
Never.
Likely it would be in the $275 to $300 range, but I don't have anything.
Great.
Any other director comments? Could I have a motion?
Motion to approve, continue to review and discuss potential participation in the water transfer program to authorize the GM.
A second.
You gotta speak up if you're gonna say it.
Well, I was waiting for that part where it says that it's non-committal. I was waiting for it to put that in there.
Well, it's always non-committal. It has to be approved by the board of
I
directors.
just like it to hear it, the motion. I don't want have face a loophole if somebody comes up with a. Aye.
All approved,
Aye.
opposed? Thanks. Wow. We're up to AG, here we go with the operating budget. And then we have changes coming to that.
I'm sorry,
I said, then we will have changes coming to that
I'm not sure I follow.
With the salaries.
with the,
Oh, I was told by Jessica that she already made the salary adjustments so that they're in real time.
okay,
So I will go over changes since last time. The finance committee, we met and discussed this. There wasn't a lot of changes to discuss on this, so there wasn't a ton of input by the finance committee. The one big update that we had will come in 5,600, and it has to do with continued cost of service analysis. So I will bring that up when we get there. In 5,100. Here is the changes. So again, the real only change here since the last time we discussed was the dam permit fee. I think we touched on it last time. But just want to re-highlight that it is less than it was last year. Moving into 5,200. There is no proposed changes since the last time we met. And in 5,300, we added $1,500 for the portable restroom that is adjacent to Walton Lake. So the restroom that we have there, that's the building, the structure is in need of some serious repair. So we've rented a porta potty so that people who are fishing or recreating at the lake are utilizing a facility and not utilizing the ground, which could potentially get into our lake. So like I said, the building needs some work, needs some rehabilitation, so we're gonna figure that part out in the future. But as in the meantime, we have a porta potty out there.
what's the $50? You got 1,500 and then you got miscellaneous. Toilet paper.
Maybe to make it 1,800, I don't know. Under right here.
$300.
I can't see yours.
Right here.
Miscellaneous for 50.
Water treatment.
That's durable goods.
It's right.
Yeah, it could be like, you know,
Yeah,
a
we
piece of
just
low
added
equipment or something like that.
50
It
bucks
just gets
for
like, say like a probe went down for a day or something before we got like a new replacement, like a field probe, that would cover something like that, you know, like a $20.
To be well.
And that's there because we already did that this year, so now we're just putting a buffer in there for next year.
Okay,
Water quality sensors, so that's not one sensor, that's multiple sensors. I think we discussed that last time, but I just wanted to reiterate that. Moving into 5,400.
Can I touch on something real quick? So, and, I know we talked about the, you know, the chemical costs, going up. So this year, we're gonna evaluate it, it's gonna take a little time to evaluate kind of propose kind of next year, you know, how we can save on those, some kind of like generation or something at the site. So we're gonna be definitely looking into that, to try to get those costs down in the future.
Yeah, so one of our biggest increases here, save for PG&E costs, which is huge, but the chemical costs have gone up just because of, you know, and I don't want to harp on, you know, supply chain and all the other inflationary costs, but that is one of the large inflationary costs that we're seeing going up is the chemicals, and there's really no way around it. So 5,400, there is nothing different in 5,400 than we discussed last time. And then 5,600. So if we come in, there is a couple things that we discussed at the finance committee. One of them is some outreach that we would like to continue, that we'd like to work on doing for showing how the fire has affected the district, something that we can show to legislators both at the state level and the federal level. This is something that we feel could be of value to the district in kind of presenting some of the challenges that we are facing and then helping us to get money back. So we have a fire appropriation, we call it a fire appropriation. So we can take this outreach and we can utilize this when we're talking to state agencies, federal agencies, state legislators, federal legislators. There's a lot of different avenues we can utilize that for.
Isn't that what you already have done? You've done a couple videos, you've done the fire or whatever it was in Georgetown at the IOOF. Where that was all taped and everything.
So I haven't been able to find the tape of the old one at the IOF hall. I've looked and looked and looked, and so I have nothing for that. This is more of a, they're gonna specifically show us. So look, the fire videos I showed last time, remember the last board meeting, it was like Palisades and it was everybody and it was, you know, we're talking about the whole state of California. I want to focus in on what we're facing. It's been almost 2.5 years since the fire and we're still out money. And I want to be able to say, how does this, you can see this devastation. Why does it take this long to get money? Why you need to, I can't always bring people to the district,
Right.
but I can bring the district to the people. So that's one thing that I would like to add. Couple other things, our copier fee is going up. We have an AED now that we have a rental, that's a law rule. JPA wants us to have an AED here. First aid supplies for our first aid kit, that went up. The other thing is, we discussed last time, we are removing our Amazon business. We actually got that free through CSDA, so part of our membership is to not have an Amazon Prime membership anymore. That is comped to us now by being a CSDA member.
Can I say one thing before Sheree does? It's still included in the total because it's not a for sure thing yet. They haven't given us that membership yet, so it's still included.
You didn't even look at it.
Well,
Believe it or not.
Just try to second guess.
we are just, we're hitting the punch first. We can. The big one that.
We've been practicing.
The big one that was discussed at the finance committee meeting is we have a couple different ways of going with this. And if Director Saunders wants to give some color to what was discussed at the finance meeting, I will let him. So there's a couple options. We originally discussed at the COSA meetings. I mean, we met 18 different times. And at the last meeting, it was reiterated pretty heavily that we are going to continue to address this, look at this. It's not a set in stone rates increase. It's going to be an open book. We're going to continue to look at it. So there's a couple options that we have to verify the numbers and what the rates should be. We had a company who reached out to us. They're called Waterworth. They want us to utilize their software. It's very similar to what Sanjay uses on his end to do his work. And that is about $7,500 for that software. Now, I have no problem if we want to utilize that. It's a big ask on Jessica's part because Jessica would be inputting all of the information because that's basically her job. And then it would be spitting out a rate. Now, here's my caution to you. Having that come from staff is fine, but it is always better to come from a third party outside of the district so that no one questions that we are doing this improperly. So we've also included professional services of continuing with Sanjay and having him verify the numbers. So there's a couple different ways that we can go about this. We can do the work in-house and have him verify the work, or we can have him continue to do the work. Now, the finance committee settled on, they would like to have third-party verification and have them do the work because it's going to cost about the same amount no matter what. And the big thing was to not burden Jessica with having to input all this information. What's that?
I said she paid them off.
Oh no, she was willing. I mean, Jessica is willing.
It's
to
actually really amazing software.
Jessica is willing to do anything that we ask of her, so that was not an issue at all. But the finance
If
committee.
She doesn't have to do that, we should send her out to get a class A.
I'll do it.
She probably would, so if you wanna pay for her to get a class A, she would drive equipment around all day long.
I
So-
do it anyway, I just don't do it legally, I guess.
So, that is the big contention, so we can either get the software, do it ourselves, or we can have Sanjay do it, or we can do some combination of the two. It is whatever, we don't have to make that decision today, but it is generally the same amount of money no matter what. It's gonna be about $10,000 to do it either way. Did you
Yeah,
ask?
we need to see the numbers.
They're in here. That's why I'm saying they're in here. It's $7,500 for the software. And then about $2,500 for Sanjay to verify our numbers are correct. And then if Sanjay does the work by himself, we're budgeting for $10,000 for him to do the work, all of it.
So he's giving you those numbers already.
That is correct.
Sorry,
Can we,
go ahead.
can we utilize the software another time for that expenditure if we?
No, it's a yearly fee.
It's an annual cost.
So it'd be every year. It's not like a one time where it's in perpetuity. It's every year they want you to it's everything, the software and licenses now, it's all an annual subscription. Everything is. Okay, so I'll keep moving on. Hydro, oh, did you have? Yes, please.
On the charts that have the individual items, what's the number next to the?
The
item?
change. The change from last year. So if it's
So when-
negative,
So if it's black, like say board meeting supplies 4,000, then it's 3,500 next to it.
show me, I don't remember.
5,600,
I'm just trying to remember where that
What's,
is.
it's under material and supplies.
Oh, I see it. Okay, yes.
I mean, just for example.
Yeah, so it went up $3,500.
Okay, so then when it's red,
that's a
Let me-
change from the last meeting.
Change from the last time we've talked about here at the board meeting.
Whether that came from finance, a recommendation, or if we noticed a new cost, or we're constantly finding out that things are increasing for
Well,
next
yeah.
year, so.
like everything.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
all right.
And then hydro, is the same as it was last time. ALT zone. The PG&E rates, we recalculated, those are going up about $6,000. We have a Verizon, it's for the SCADA, it sends a signal to us when things are happening at the pump house, that was going up about $1,000. And then we have the various consolidated expenses, if you have any questions on those. I will point out that Director Stovall at one point asked us to put this consolidated expenses together, which has it by department, so you can see kind of comparing them side by side. So he was not here to experience this at the last finance committee meeting, so I'm letting him bask in all his glory over there.
That's a
with the-
big picture.
No, it's great. It
All the
actually is,
big
it actually is very nice.
Yeah.
So you can see
Yeah.
comparatively what we're spending on stuff. And then coming into revenues, so, something I stated last time was we are still trying to figure out water revenues. We're gonna get tighter and tighter, and it will have a better number, cause we'll have the May billing for the next, probably for the finance meeting, I'll just look to.
It just came out, so yeah.
Yeah, so we should have a good understanding of where we can project. With the new rate increase, what it will look like. Property tax, we anticipate as normal about 5% of an increase. So. We also, this is the other kind of piece of feedback we received from the finance committee. We tried to bring the CIP projects and just show where they are moving forward, but we also want to continue to show what we have, what we're currently working on. So here is what was approved and here is what we've spent. So you can see we have not spent on all the projects that were approved. And one of the other things that was brought up by Chairman Fisher was, instead of calling this a CIP budget, which it's really not, it's a spending plan. It's when we have the ability to do some of these projects, we're going to push forward with some of these projects. So I think some of the directors will appreciate that these aren't hard and fast numbers, but this is what we're planning to do. And then everything comes back to the board for final approval to make sure that we have the availability to spend this funds. So that was a really good piece of input by the finance committee to say, hey, like, this is not hard and fast. This is what we're hoping to get done, but we may not get it all done.
Yeah, and I was just gonna add to that, that was brought in from Director Thornburrows and the board. Remember, we said based on our cost of service, we put in that we were gonna put $800,000 into the CIP. So if that's our spending plan and we're going over 800,000, we know now we're exceeding our cost of service. So now we have to decide, do we have extra projects that we need to cut? Are we getting it from somewhere else? Or if this is a grant? So this lets us keep an eye on what we've approved with our cost of service and make sure we're keeping in line with the rates.
So one thing I have a question, it's on all this little stuff in the green under,
Those are contracted amounts. That was
I understand, but aren't these needing to be broken up also?
how so?
Well, to whatever they're associated with. So like if you're doing a secret project and it's for distribution or something, then that cost would be going to that item.
So all these are to benefit CIP projects. That's why this was a recommendation from Director Thornborough to put these specific professional services here under CIP because they are directly related to the CIP that is being done.
Right, but wouldn't they go under?
I think you'll have both, right? So like some of those, like the engineering and sequence, sometimes that kind of gets you to your foot in the door to get those projects going, you know?
Right,
Yeah, okay.
but it's listed under 5,600, it's not listed under.
It's not listed under, this is only under CIP. All the stuff in the regular budget, all these four have been removed from all of the other budget. Nope, nothing in the operations budget, just the CIP.
Because they're at the front end of a project.
That is correct.
Well, that's kind of.
So say you're saying CEQA, so I'll give you the example of the pipeline project the canal lining project.
Correct.
We've spent some of our own money to do the environmental. Some of it has been covered, will be covered by the grant, but we don't have that money yet. So we have a certain amount budgeted for those, like you said, the setting up of a project.
Okay.
And then if we continue on, this is the grant portion of 24-25. So and then this is what we're proposing for the next 5 years. So we have distribution tank coating, the Ford siphon repair, infrastructure. No, I'm sorry, that one is from last year. We are exploring, and I'm going to be talking about the potential for getting a different ERP system, which is our Tyler system. And I know it has been expressed about how upsetting Tyler can be to both the staff and the board members. And since we're using Cartograph and having such great results with Cartograph, they have OpenGov, which owns Cartograph, has a software that talks directly with Cartograph. So right now we have a billing software and we have Cartograph and we have this big giant wall right in the middle that they don't talk to each other. They can't physically talk to each other. So we'd like to take the two softwares and go like this and marry them together so that they talk to each other. And we're able to do, it will help to generate budgets, because what it'll end up doing is it'll take the data that's being put in by the field staff and it will help to generate material and supply budgets for the fittings and the parts and the meters and the staff time and the vehicle costs and the fuel. It won't be as, hey, we're taking a stab in the dark to try to figure out what these repair costs are, we'll be able to put them more directly into the budget. So we actually have this down to, was it 130 or 120? You told me that.
120.
So
Yeah.
it's actually not 150, it's more like 120, and I'm going to be meeting with them next week. And I'm going to do a little Karening, and I'm gonna try to get it less than 120, see what I can do. So that number is evolving as we speak. I'll open it up to any questions on this.
Go ahead, I'm getting irritated, so please go.
Oh, okay. We'll try not to add to that. No, I was just.
I need to take a breath.
Good luck with that.
Since, our budget, not spending plan, but it's, it's indexed for rate increases over the years. This capital improvement plan, if we take 5% a year times 5 years, it would be like 30% more after 5 years. So this is an index for any forecasted inflation. So this 5.4 million could be 7 million. And
No. We are projecting the costs as we continue to move forward. We're not, I understand what you're asking, and we are taking inflationary costs into the future years of.
You've already factored in.
Yes.
The algorithm, got an algorithm.
We do the best we can.
Okay.
We do the best we can, but everything is a shot in the dark after, today.
Okay.
Tomorrow, we don't know what it's going to
Okay,
be.
some offsetting factor. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Not only that, but they're only really approving the next fiscal year, right?
Well, that's a 5-year
With the
spending
CIP.
plan.
Spending plan.
Yeah, but it will change potentially next year as well.
A way to approve it every year.
Go ahead.
You approve 5 years every year. Yes.
Along those same lines, I guess we'll probably get a budget report in December about what costs of items purchased from overseas will include. We just don't know that now.
So you're talking about like a budget amendment?
Yeah.
We typically do that in January or February. Depending on when the board meeting is, if we do move the board meeting date, I would say January. If we don't move the board meeting date, February. We did that last year. We do a budget amendment at 6 months.
Okay.
Unless it's needed sooner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that'll be input into the next rate.
If we have a project or something that costs more, we will make the budget amendment as needed if it's done
Okay.
if we need to do one, say in August, we will do a budget amendment. However, we do a budget review, a 6-month budget review, January, February timeframe, and then we do amendments, small amendments at that time.
Okay.
Moving forward, here's the grants we have. So again, we're gonna try to get a JPIA risk grant for the welding exhaust flume extractor. I just kind of wanted to say that because it's such a fun thing. It's the WEFI, we're gonna call it the WEFI.
It's weld outside.
What's that?
Weld
outside.
Okay, when it's raining outside, I might not want us to
Then
do
you do
that.
it under that cover.
Your wells pop up.
Well, they have
We
that
have-
cover on the outside.
Our insurance might go up if they get electrocuted, just saying.
Yeah.
No, they aren't gonna get.
Then
So-
you have justification for another employee.
Great, I'll let them all know that you said that. If you get electrocuted, we can hire more people. So we're gonna try to get a grant for that. JPIA does these risk grants. They love those kinds of projects and those kinds of things, so I don't foresee that as being a problem.
Wash pad,
Would you like a wash pad?
legally, you should be having a wash pad.
Uh,
You shouldn't be, you should not be pressure washing your vehicles out there and getting all that oils and debris and other associated items, putting on the ground and contaminating this site. Sorry,
We
that's-
will-
We can develop one for you.
Yeah, we'll definitely, we can put something together. We got the mandate, we will put it together.
that's only since been 2021, before your time.
Before my time, but I will take the ownership that we will get something in this for you to review.
This one?
For next,
We're gonna 5 year CIP.
for May, we can do it for the joint meeting.
Can I ask
Uh,
one crazy question? We're spending $68,000 between Vectus and Zanjaro,
yes,
plus all the federal advocacy,
well, Vectus is federal advocacy.
little, plus all the associations we are with to be in that legislative, whatever, for the advocacy
Yes.
federally and statewide.
So most of the organizations that we are do our state lobbying, so we don't spend a lot on state lobbying. We utilize Aqua, CSDA to do a lot of our state lobbying, and then
Mountain County.
not Mountain Counties, yeah, I just include them, but yes, they're one of them. We don't have a lot of representation at the federal level. Aqua has a small federal office, but they don't do a lot of individual lobbying back there. This Vectus is to meet directly with the agencies in Washington and to meet directly with the Congress people for the appropriations. We don't have any association that can help us on that level.
Yeah, the
Anything back, go
the
ahead.
chances of us getting the word for that amount without Vectus is probably slim to none.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to do it without him. I will just say that that $20 million would not have come without Don.
Okay,
The open gov, is that gonna replace Tyler?
Yes,
Because it talks better.
it's, and then we will also get rid of the mom contract.
Finally.
Well, we have to keep it, but if we do this, it will get rid of the mom contract, it will get rid of Tyler. We won't have any of those hanger contracts, so we're still paying $7,500 a year for mom for the next 3 years, till 2027. So we will get rid of that, that will be not ever be spent again, so no more mom, it will all be put into the thing.
Did we finally get rid of the one that customers can go on and start with an S? I can't remember.
Socrata, so this OpenGov has a much better platform for constituents to access it.
Right, I thought we were gonna X the Socrata off.
We did, we haven't done it for 2 years, I think. So, but there's, that was last budget, we did last year's budget. But there is a portal that customers can access this, do a lot more review.
Water Smart come into it.
I think it's gracious.
Water Smart.
another cardboard.
Yeah, Water Smart card after you talk together.
They talk, so then that's what we talk to them.
Yes,
Yeah, Water Smart, we have, it's basic. Manual.
and there's also payroll, they have their own payroll stuff, so we can have basically more seamless transition between all of our different things, and it would cost us less.
And not have to do ADP.
Okay, no more ADP. Theoretically, we're not sure about that, I mean, we haven't bridged that gap yet, but we could.
CO.
For the zone, so basically, again, we pushed everything forward for zone that we did not do last year. So we're not saying a water trailer anymore, that was something we had put in last year. They are going to install a water line, so basically, we're gonna pay, zone's gonna pay the operations crew to put a water line in, we just need to get some easements done, that's what the money is for. So most of this will be reimbursement to the operations staff on the water side. This smart meter covers, those are for some INI reduction, so they basically talk the one manhole cover will talk to the next manhole cover, and this will say, I'm having this much flow. And this one over here will say, well, I'm having this much flow, and you'll know that in between you're getting INI. Or if you're not getting INI, then they both have similar readings. What?
Lex is the expert on it, I imagine they would have a seal.
Yes, they seal. Yeah. So they're like a manhole, that it's almost like what they have on the meter.
All the holes get filled in.
Yeah, and it's almost like the manhole, the boxes for the meters that have an antenna.
Right.
So this one has an antenna that reports out, this one has an antenna that reports out, and we can verify the numbers side by side. And then we have the lift station upgrade that we're gonna pursue some Prop 4 grants for. I think that's gonna be an easy win for us to get a grant. We have kind of NOVs where we haven't ever had to pay anything, but we still have these paperwork that's kind of in the ethers that will give us the option.
Violations.
What's that? Oh,
For
sorry,
your acronym list, notice of violation.
sorry, I should have
He's
said that.
ignoring me.
I will open it up to any questions on the budget. We will have the joint budget meeting on May 22nd. Between the finance committee and the board, and then final authorization hopefully on June 11th.
Go ahead.
May bring up what I've been concerned about before. CDS carport. They have a container there, don't they put the tractor in the container anymore?
Yes, we still do, but there's other equipment that we have down there that we'd like to be able to protect as well.
You have got additional equipment?
Well, there's other things that are down there that we would like to be able to protect as well. So there's,
I think Alexa's on there. If she wants to talk to you.
Alexis, do you wanna maybe talk to the carport and, or you wanna come in here? I don't know if you wanna come in here to explain the carport?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, let's see, there's quite a few things that are stored at Station 16 that shouldn't be in there. They get a little bit of, water, moisture damage, like our smoke equipment and some other things that we were hoping to move to the CDS fields. But that Conex container is literally filled to like within the last half inch with just the tractor and the attachment that he has. So we have no room. He's also got like a sprayer that he has like under a makeshift like carport that he kind of made, like a lean-to, but you can't really, it's not, 3 walls, it's exposed to the elements still. So we were hoping to be able to have some more storage and be able to lock it. It's kind of Station 16, the electrical building's not real secure. Like you could just like pry the doors open if you wanted to, and there's some valuable stuff in there that we would like to move.
Well, what kind of a carport are you talking about? So it sounds like you're talking about another lockable enclosure.
It's gonna be just I think like the 3-wall thing that we kind of put up behind the shop there. These are gonna be, well, it's locked behind a gate. Nobody really knows it's there, but there's a lockable container so that tractor could come out and be, just underneath the carport. Keys hidden, all that stuff. No one really goes up there. Maybe some cameras could be added for security purposes, but then everything really valuable would be put in that Conex container that is fully taken up by the tractor right now.
So you got $11,000 or where was that?
No, it's
The water trailer is not being purchased anymore.
No.
The carport, a CDS carport's 13,000.
What kind of, I
it's
mean,
on
I
a
don't
transfer for
understand.
26.
What kind of a carport is $13,000?
I think we can get it lower based on what these ones cost.
I think
Yeah,
we're just
that
gonna-
was probably an older quote too. And then back to the lid covers real quick. I wasn't sure if you guys were going to be able to hear me, 'cause sometimes my computer doesn't let me talk, but it's actually just a computer that like straps onto the current manhole covers. So they're not a lid. It's just an add-on to our current lids. And they're kind of neat because in that sense, you can move them all around without having to pry the lids off and lift the lid into the back of the truck. And we can place them throughout the system to really tone down or, pinpoint where we're getting this infiltration from.
I don't know how that came about. We were talking about carport.
I think she was
Well,
just bringing it back.
Donna had asked about it and I wasn't sure.
About them.
Oh, how dare you? Okay. Okay.
I'm into high-tech I&I.
How about we come back by the 22nd and we get a better number on a carport? Would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have Adam and Alexis work on, because I know we put in those ones up there, and I think we put in 2 for like 20, 2 big ones for 20. And so I think we can get something a little bit more reasonable.
Well, the other thing I'm still stuck on this backhoe attachment instead of a mini excavator. That makes no sense to me because that's another piece of equipment that's got to be maintained and repaired and all that. Whereas if you just get an attachment to the
You said earlier that you are giving these guys all of the tools and all of the resources, and you really like doing that.
But they don't buy grease.
I am. I wanna see that.
Did we bring in the case of the grease in here?
Yes, for the next board meeting, we're gonna have a pallet of grease. I'm right there.
That I'd love to see, cause his story all along has been, well, we buy it, it's some serious bulk. And so I think, you
All right,
know,
here's your mandate.
if this,
I'm gonna get 4 cases.
if this, you bought this years ago, when you had a whole lot less equipment to grease. You know, I was thinking there should be an invoice coming through. You wait till Bob gets on there, and then he goes, hey, we're gonna buy about.
That's right, because we didn't want you to see it. It was a conspiracy.
Yeah, I think Bob was in on it.
He knew you're passionate about greasing.
That wasn't the only one.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's not the only one. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think, I don't see, for what they're using it for, there's no reason to have a whole separate excavator that's gonna be greased and maintained.
We have to grease the backhoe too.
Huh?
You have to grease the backhoe attachment.
You gotta gauge.
Yeah,
You gotta
how many
grease up.
fittings are on that versus how many fittings?
Probably about the same.
No, they're not.
Oh,
No, they're not.
So on the bottom line on this, that, like your carport, there's $26,000 at the end result, so we've already spent 13.
So this was brought up at the finance committee. Basically, we removed. It's still on the 24-25. So basically, there's a piece of this spreadsheet that's up a little higher. I could show you.
Right,
So we had 13,000 in the 24-25 budget. And it's calculating the 13 plus the 13, that's why the 26 is there, but we did not spend 13 in 24-25. We just took it and moved it forward.
right, because you're saying, have the same thing for that backhoe attachment.
100%, and that will be cleaned up
Okay.
when we do a final.
All right, that's what I was seeing. Anybody else? Really?
This is not an action item, this is information
Is
item.
it? Yeah.
Well, it could be an action
It
item.
could be,
if
but
you
we're
are-
just moving it
We're
forward.
not ready to do it.
Just checking.
Unless you really wanna do it.
That's a point of clarification.
I didn't plan on camping tonight.
We still have that to
Jesus. Okay, I think we're moving on.
Hang on, let me stop sharing this for one. Oh, do you want me to leave this up for the irrigation ordinance to keep it up on the screen? I can totally do that. So you guys can see the changes.
Okay, we're up to 8H item. Yeah, there we go.
Alright.
Adoption of ordinance 25-01 rules and regulations for irrigation services.
So we are making some amendments. I will let Jessica talk to some of this, but I can try to just kind of set it up so you guys can see. There was a suggestion from, did you have a question for me?
Is this gonna be a public hearing?
No, we don't need to have a public hearing, it's per legal. We're not changing it, we're not adding any fees, we're changing stuff, we're not adding anything.
The
So,
changes we did are now being rechanged.
It's just a,
well, they're being amended slightly, yes.
Yes,
it's just a procedure, and this way the public would have first, and then we go second.
So it's
Since
still,
not.
it still won't take effect for 30 days. So you're kind of getting a public hearing without a public hearing. That was what legal. And I'll look at Brian for the nod.
Public hearing with that. I love that language.
Yes.
Is it reasonable?
Completely reasonable.
So the first one was suggested by Director Thornborough, and it's kind of a moot point at this point if the LAFCO annexation comes into effect, which we can just do a cleanup and remove this, and it's to new applications for out-of-district irrigation service accounts will not be approved by the board of directors, and existing out-of-district irrigation service accounts that is inactive for 2 or more years will be deleted from the district's accounts, and the service will be permanently removed. Already a question? I'm already saying it's a cleanup. You got it. You can ask the question though. Go ahead.
Well, the part I kind of object to is that when you reference to annexation,
I said if the annexation goes through, this will be a moot point.
not necessarily.
this will be.
Yeah, we can't have any other.
Is that it will be.
Yeah.
This will take effect regardless of any annexation.
Sure.
Anything else.
Correct.
This will become permanent.
Yeah, no. I wasn't saying it won't. It's not a good thing. I'm just saying this, if the annexation goes through, this will also become a moot point. So it's great to do a cleanup on this now as well. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to, I'm sorry if it came across differently.
I don't like those loopholes.
You know, just make them flaming so I can jump through them. Secondly, section 5, we're taking the word delinquent out. So nothing major there. Section II4, we're not doing payment arrangements for anybody in irrigation. Section I, or section I2, I guess. Shut off fees during the season. We're not doing immediate turnbacks on, so we're just getting rid of the ability to have an immediate. We can't do that. $25 is at the district's convenience, and that was just we had conveyance. We had a typo in there, so we're making it the correct word. And then the second last one there is we're adding I3, which is an end of the season lockoff fee of $25 will be applied to all accounts with unpaid balances as of November 1st. So if you don't pay, you have a lockoff fee of $25, and then you'll have to pay that before you and the past due before you can get returned on. And then the repeal is just repealing the old ordinance and making this a new one. So I'll open it to any questions, or if Jessica did a lot of the work on the fees with legal's reviewed all this. So we are good on all of those accounts, but if you have any questions from me or Jessica or legal, please ask.
And this is more of just a revert back to the way the ordinance used to be before it was updated the last 2 times. I believe a lot of this language was copy and pasted from the treated water ordinance because it doesn't apply to irrigation.
That's what happened.
Yeah, there was
When we
SB
put the
998.
ordinance First forward, and all of a sudden it was, oh, we've got to change it because we need all these other,
It doesn't apply to raw water. It only
I
applies to
get
treated
it,
water.
but that's what we were told staff.
We've
wanted.
never done payment arrangements for irrigation. You can prepay anything you want, but if you're past due, it's
past due.
There's no health and safety code need for raw water.
And SB 998 caused some of those changes, and that's the turnoff bill.
That was probably.
And so when the
That
turnoff
had
bill,
nothing to do with this.
yeah, it has not, that's exactly, you're 100% correct. It
Yeah,
has,
and that's why when we did this and we went through it already once, because we didn't have all this language in a year ago when we first did this. So,
and I will just say one last thing that Director Seaman or Director Thornborough, Board of Liaisons to the Irrigation Committee can attest. The Irrigation Committee approved this, looked at this, addressed this, and assessed all this. So there was a recommendation from the Irrigation Committee to approve these changes as well.
any questions, comments?
The trustee irrigation should be.
Any public comments? Yeah, there, I think so.
Yes, she's still there.
I know, the old man with the hat. Do you have any comments? Okay, can I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Wait, we got 2 paws up. What is going on here?
This is an ordinance.
Well, I had a question here. Could we adopt it now? Does it have to wait till after the,
No,
Or
We're
doing,
adopting it now, and in
Adopt it
30
now.
days it'll take effect.
it takes 30 days to go in.
okay.
We still have to post it and stuff like that.
okay, can we try again?
I don't know if you had a question.
Well, that was essentially, is this I make a motion that then we,
Oh, no, you
No,
don't.
no, no. It
No,
comes
no,
out of
no,
committee.
no, no.
huh?
Comes out of the committee.
Okay, fine.
Oh, my God.
I make a motion we adopt this changes to ordinance 25-01 rules and regulations for irrigation systems. They're not hearing
Second.
All approved?
Aye.
Any opposed? Think we're done. All
We're done.
right, next one.
Okay, so this was brought up at the last board meeting by Director Seaman, I
You
believe,
bet.
to have a potential change to the date and time of the regular meeting schedule of the Board of
Oh,
Directors.
here we go.
So I'm just gonna get into I'm not gonna
We don't have to get it.
beat around the bush here. We meet the first Thursday at 2:00. We have we have proposed that
We didn't do anything.
we would like to change the meeting to the second Wednesday at 2:00. That is per a President Seaman, and I'm gonna take all 4 of you because all four of you are retired or don't work.
What?
Excuse me?
Some of us
I'm,
had side
I'm
hustles.
talking about conflicts of time.
There you go.
So President Seaman,
Well, Director Saunders was the one who was having problems getting from a meeting to the meeting, and then he was also having problems getting his information
I'm getting there.
to the clerk.
I'm getting there.
So the clerk.
What I say is we discussed in legal counsel, you'll notice we have a new legal counsel here today and last time. So Frank has had a conflict today,
Yes, he did.
but Frank does not have a conflict on the second Wednesday. So he has verified that this is a good day for him. Now, I know you have other meetings. Do you have a meeting on the second Wednesday?
No, the only thing that would conflict would be when we regain our seat on El Dorado Water Agency, but they would just go from that meeting to this meeting.
Yeah, that's from 10 to 12, and those meetings rarely go longer than 12. And so I think that would be
And I don't wanna come back anymore, so.
That's good. You're making quite the assumption that we prefer you over Frank.
So
We might.
What we're discussing,
board
Change of
meeting,
date of
change of
the
board meeting date,
to what?
second
Second
Wednesday,
Wednesday.
2
Second
o'clock.
Wednesday.
What are we now, the second?
First
We're
Thursday.
the first Thursday.
What do you mean, we're
And
on?
it also
Weren't
makes,
we second Tuesday?
Even though this is the second Thursday.
Yeah, but what-
it's the first.
But
Yeah, it's not even.
yeah, it also was difficult for staff to get the end of month reports in, and my legislative reports were also had a trouble getting in, so.
Yes,
So the
and,
second Wednesday.
yes, and to keep where once
Take
the,
control of this meeting, or what are you doing?
I'm trying to say something because I'm the president of the board and I make the decision who says what when. So there.
Kind of.
Would you like to say something?
Well, you know I would.
Always.
All right, here's the deal, you guys.
There we go.
I think same argument last time. These fees are for the public, not the directors. It's bad enough we have them at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It is insane that we have 5, 6, 7, 8 hour long meetings. That's gotta stop.
Yeah.
So what I propose is, now, just today, in 2 hours, we only got up to the third action item. The number of action items on these agendas is ridiculous. I propose this is what we need to do. And the other thing that Mike brought up was that staff, or whoever's having an issue getting their reports done on time. Here's what I think needs to be done. These meetings need to be limited to 2 at the very max, and an extremely long, whatever she says, in her thing during the meetings, but they need to be limited to 2 hours. You need to look at the agenda. You got 500 things on the agenda.
Cut 'em.
Then cut it. Say, okay, this is gonna be 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours, absolute max, without planning on 3 hours, planning on 2 hours. I'm not done. So you look at your list of agenda items. You say, okay, we got enough for 2 hours right here. And then whatever else is left, then if there is anything left, then we'll have another meeting the next Wednesday. If you guys want Wednesdays. This we've got to stop. We have talked about this and talked about it. And when you get home, 8 hours later. And the other thing that needs to be happening is any documentation that is not ready for an agenda item to go with when the agenda comes out on Friday, and Fridays is a good day to stick with. I know you have more time. We need to set it up Fridays, get it a routine for not only us, but for the public. And that's what we need to do. If the documentation is not ready for that Friday, pull it.
Yes,
Oh, that-
we've been trying to do that. We haven't had anything the last,
And
Yes, you have.
Yeah, we have.
the last two meetings.
Every
Yes.
meeting.
We
Every
pulled
meeting
two
is-
items off of this agenda because they weren't ready.
Yeah, we didn't have anything this meeting. What do we have for this meeting that was not on the agenda?
There was something that came up
The
on Tuesday or something.
Adams.
Adam's report was put into your binder and was added onto the website on Monday, so you guys had Adam's report.
Monday.
But what I've
You
said,
We
guys
got
had
the
it.
binder on
I've
Friday.
Yes, you guys
said,
had it in your binder.
I've
I'm just
said,
saying, we've been having
will you
this happen.
stop for a minute, please?
No.
I have the floor. I've said Friday's the cutoff. When you go and distribute the binders, they're complete with everything in there. But, and this, I mean, we went through this almost a year ago and somehow we ended up in this first, Thursday again. And it's, this is for the public. By law, it's for the public. And if we do that, then maybe we could start the meeting an hour later, or maybe even two. If we're gonna limit it to 2 hours, we could give the public an opportunity to get home from work and come to the meeting. So, I mean, this is ridiculous.
So, can I offer you some things that may make this meetings go faster? There's certain, these items, I don't know what you could cut off of this meeting. There are time sensitive things. We had to move stuff from other meetings to this meeting. We've already cut stuff from this meeting. There's lots of things, moving pieces. We have, hold on, let me finish. I'm not arguing, I promise you. This is me just kind of telling you the other side of that.
But you have a habit of overstating the obvious. Okay, I get that. If you have time sensitive stuff, put that on the agenda at the beginning.
So when I'm saying time sensitive stuff, it's date, like it has to, like, I'll give an example of the last item is at a board of nomination. That has to be done by a certain date. So that's what I mean by time sensitive. We can't push that and cut that. You just can't, you physically can't. So, but what I could, well, hang on, you're not giving me a chance to explain what my suggestion is. If we can utilize the consent calendar for some of those non-controversial board nominations and things like that, we can knock out several of the board items that we have here. So if the board will allow me to put some things on the consent calendar that are non-controversial, then I think we can shorten these meetings down and have less items in the action section.
We've been doing that. You and I discussed doing that a year or two ago.
Unfortunately,
You've been
And
doing
I
it,
discussed doing that at the meeting.
which
so.
is great.
we've done some of it. We have not done all of it.
Okay,
There's more we
what
could
I'm
do.
saying is that not every single item on this agenda that you have right here is time sensitive. Put the time sensitive stuff on today's meeting. The stuff that's not time sensitive, put in the next meeting. Just quit having these insanely long meetings.
So if you wanna make it 2 board meetings a month, we can absolutely do.
That's not what we're asking. What we're asking is to go through this.
Yes, you just said that.
He's asking.
You clean this up.
If you need to, then have another meeting, because the second meeting, like I said, for the first 2 hours of this meeting, we did all of the reports from all the staff, and we did all that sort of stuff. The only thing that the second meeting should have is the roll call, pledge of allegiance, and then jump right into the action things that were able to be gotten to in the meeting before. We don't have to do all these reports again and all that. You don't need that more than once a month. But that way, the second meeting will be really short.
Can I say something for you, Director?
Yeah,
I also second your want to have these meetings be much shorter.
yeah.
I mean, these meetings,
Everybody wants to.
these meetings shouldn't go for, even with this amount of items, I don't think this meeting is more than a 3 or 4 hour meeting. And we're already at 4 hours.
We're gonna have discussion. You can't limit discussion. Everybody's entitled to discussion.
I'm not saying they're not.
And throwing a few jokes here and there. But, you know,
But if we have a written report in the board packet, we don't need to hear it again.
yeah, and we don't need,
Let's move on.
That's fine.
If
You're,
there's a question we have about one of the reports, then yes, then we do it. But if other than that, and then this is my pet peeve, I listened to 8A and I heard a lot of just this and no definitive information on what was accomplished. And that kind of irritated me for $20,000. But
For 20.
But can I make one comment about that, just real quick? I agree with you. Every hired consultant at the
Get to the
federal
point.
level. Tell it, I have 30 clients that are mine. Apparently, I like you guys and I. want to
we
come
like your
back.
shoes.
There we go. And a lot of them have federal consultants, and that's how they talk.
Yeah, it's,
And see, that was what I said about what I went through the Mountain Counties one, when the advocate showed up, he went ding, 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 he was done. And I was like, wow, I like that. And I knew what he was doing.
I would love it if they were only.
Yeah.
Well, I got experience with it, when I was on EDCO's board.
we'll see.
Yeah, well, I was on EDCO's board, holy crap, they run a meeting. And they joke around, they have a good time and everything, but I don't think, one time, in the 4 years I was on that thing, one time it went past 12. They scheduled 10 to 12. And it's like, wow, what a concept, you know? So,
Okay, Dr. Saunders,
Just going with,
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
usually when we get the Vectis report and I provided in my report, that's why it's always all the extra commentary and stuff. I get down to the meat of the issue because I know how it is, so.
yeah, but that
But we
was,
did-
that
we
was
did-
a half hour of,
So we can advise our consultant just to give us the high points and not go too far into the politics and that kind of issues.
but that's, yeah, one thing, but the rest of the reports and stuff, if you've got a report, you've landed. Unless somebody has a question,
So would you like the operations report and then you just ask questions? Would you like the water resource report and just ask questions
that's
and
what I
then,
do anyway.
huh?
That's
Well,
what
no,
I-
that we usually present what the operations report is. So what I'm saying is, would you like them just to put it in the packet and then you ask a question if you have it? And then no report, because that would cut out a lot of time.
That would cut out time.
Then, I mean, that's easy.
But then that also does take away from the public, because they are, I mean.
Well, the
the pub-
information will be there for them.
Well, there's the public right there and.
But
Public can read.
If it's in the binder.
yes,
It was in the
Well,
binder.
well, that's what we were asking, is we're looking for ways to cut the length of these meetings down.
we can
That was-
attempt that.
So,
Because-
so I would say the informational items are the biggest area where you can cut. And then if you cut the reports and you cut the office managers, you know, obviously, if you have any questions, ask your questions.
Right,
If you have any,
which
you
is
know,
what we do.
I mean, I
but
don't go over the whole thing.
You don't, but you know, they go through their thing, you know, Mike goes through his
I
thing.
don't go through all of it though.
No, I'm just saying, but really, all we need is, what do we need to vote on? Think, think. If you have any questions about the other ones, then that's a different story.
Even if we do everything that they're suggesting, we're all suggesting we do, it's gonna take a 5.5, 6 hour meeting down to 4.5. It's not
Yeah,
gonna get
but
to
to
two.
the time to 9:30 too, buddy.
Yeah, but I could see it going from 6 to 4.5 or 5 still, but
That's-
let's just make some improvement.
Gotta do some improvement.
Right, I agree.
Cause like I said,
4 or
I,
5 is too long,
Oh, yeah,
way too long.
but if we could cut it 20%, next meeting, boom.
Right.
and we're off subject, so go ahead.
No, in my wealth of experience of going to these meetings as being a fly on the wall, you guys are doing a lot. And that's really impressive. I have districts that are your size, your capacity, you're doing 3 or 4 times as much as them. And it's not because of you have like a lot of issues or things, you're just really well run. You've got a lot of grants going. You've got a lot of connections that you're making with outside entities. You have LAFCO issues. You have just a lot of projects in the works. That's kind of rare to have that all happening. And I only say that one to make you feel better. So you should, you know, you really are doing really well. But also, I kind of, Director McDonald's point is well taken in the sense that you would almost have to do 2 meetings to get through these because I don't see a lot. You can make little adjustments here or there, but to get to have the discussions or to have the full commentary on some of these, even informational items without giving the report, there's a good chance it's still gonna be a long meeting.
Well, I expect long, but I don't expect we can cut an hour to 2 hours off our 5 to 7 hour meetings, that's a big deal.
I think you can do a lot with putting some more stuff on consent calendar and limiting the reports.
And the deliberation is pretty good because it allows us to get consensus, because we let everybody speak and I kind of blend it all into a motion, so.
And that's important. That's what the
Yeah.
meeting's supposed to be about.
And that's the action item, so that's definitely, I would like to not cut the action items, I would like to cut the informational items, and if there's questions, obviously and expound on the question. But I think that that's where you can cut a lot of time, because there's a lot of verbalization, and I would be happy to do.
You know what 2 2-hour meetings would be? It would be 2.5 or 3 hour meetings, because human nature would say, wow, it's only 4 o'clock, well, I guess we could gab on. You know, so
One meeting.
human nature would say, wow, it's only 4, let's just get Mike to keep
Now we
going.
know if you start doing that, we put tape over your mouth.
Maybe I do it, but
I have duct tape.
So do you wanna, are we good with the second Wednesday? I think we can.
Hello,
Speaking of gabbing on,
sir.
I think we as board members should begin to look at what we want to express, make it clear and concise, and not go over the same thing over again. I come in prepared for a meeting with notes, things I want to say. I'm coming in prepared and I express my opinion. I didn't repeat it. I think it's on each board member to be conscious of the time and not dominate all the discussion.
And then part of it
Specific.
too, it becomes someone feeds off of what someone else has said. That's, and I mean, which is, I made a statement and then like Thornborough caught it too, and are you giving me the?
No, I'm thinking like a chessboard where you got, people have timers and it's like, let's keep the time of people making presentations as board members similar.
We tried that
That's what I-
3-minute thing, but that didn't work.
I'd love 3 minutes.
so how's Wednesday?
Okay, Director Thornborough.
You can't do it like that, Bob, because,
I'm asking you to do it on a personal level.
right,
That's all I'm asking.
I understand that.
That's all I'm asking.
Well, the way I work is like Donna said, you might say something that, gee, I didn't think of that. And I want to expand on that and say, you know, so it's kind of a discussion. That's what a discussion is. So I come usually prepared. I didn't come quite as prepared this time. And you know, you see sticky notes all over my mind. Sometimes I feel Blake was in there just to get a rise out of it. And so, but it's like, you know, I usually come more prepared than I did this time, but I did a little bit of prep. But I come into this thing prepared just like you do. And I have questions I want to ask and all that sort of thing. So, you know, that's just the way I operate, but that's what
Okay,
it's all about.
how's the second Wednesday look?
Fine for me.
I'm fine.
So we can, so you wanna make a motion for the second Wednesday?
I make a motion for second Wednesday, but is it still the same time?
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
And do we need public comment?
You want a public? I can't see you with
Yeah,
the
I'm supposed to
chair.
be part of this.
I'm sorry, I can see you with the chair
Sit
anyway.
over there.
Because I'm sitting here.
All right.
I think you guys need to go online and go to some other water districts and actually watch their meetings. And actually see how you guys talk extra. And like I
Read
say,
all about
it
it.
needs to be concise. And I know it's better than it was when Lanusa was here, where everything was just voted. Just, you guys do go a little excess.
And watch the public at these other meetings.
Go ahead.
Well, not
The public at TCWA.
But he did say that we're more in.
Well, yeah,
What?
there's
Do a
more
lot.
going on.
There's a
now.
lot more.
Yeah.
To our benefit,
But
but
if you looked at this.
there's a cost.
Okay, if you looked at this agenda today, what could you take off of that and put on the consent calendar?
There's a couple things that I think I can see.
Yeah.
The water transfer thing, because
Yeah,
that's just for this one here, the last one could be put
The
on there.
nomination.
Yeah.
So if it's just, I understand,
Anything without a
It
resolution.
just
but
needs
we're
to
not
be
asking for anything that's controversial, because it's the same thing that we're asking for.
No water transfer.
Okay, that's-
That used to be on consent, but not anymore, yes.
Well, not the approval of it, but just.
Yeah, I'm not saying the approval of a water transfer, I'm saying that the continued participation. Okay.
No, we took that off.
And we'd probably be leaving about now.
Anyway, I suggest going and looking at other board.
Can we get back to Wednesday?
When I make a,
Mike, are you done?
Yeah.
I make,
thank
I
you.
make a motion for Wednesday at 2 p.m.
Well,
Second Wednesday at 2.
Second Wednesday.
So now we're gonna get a new
Second.
chart.
well, I'm okay with that, but the motion, we had discussed a lot of other things too.
This is the motion.
Yeah.
The agenda item is,
All we're talking about is the
Motion
meeting schedule
stated and
date.
seconded.
Everything else that we
All
discussed.
right.
Call for a vote.
So what's in here isn't.
can I have a second?
I second.
We
it.
don't have
Thank
anything
you
in
very
here for date
Sorry.
or time.
Okay, so
I
this is starting next month,
Second Wednesday at 2 o'clock.
next month.
And June 11th.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ding, ding. Okay, we're up to J.
So let's test this out.
And then
We're gonna have this
then
item.
just follow that up with, the conferences, cause there may be
Pretend
an
it's a
aqua
consent
conference or
item.
something that's on the
Which one?
agenda.
The next
So
one?
the
This
relevant.
one,
So here, we're gonna test this out. The next item is a nomination for Aqua Region 3 Chair. Director Saunders has expressed an interest in being the Aqua Region 3 Chair.
So moved.
Aye.
Motion.
I make a motion that,
Does any comments?
Public comment?
Done.
None.
I make a motion that we,
Are you gonna continue if you're, finish your statement?
Finish the motion.
I
He's
did.
right.
I make a motion that we send Director Saunders as Aqua 3 Region Chair and authorize staff to submit the required documents on behalf of the board.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? There we go. I think we're up to
Closed session.
closed session.
So we do have a
So,
closed session.
We are,
I have no comment.
I like that.
Are we off?
That's the first.
All right, I'm gonna
is
stop.
there any
She has to say the
requests for
time.
additional blah, blah, blah? Any requests for any addition to future meetings?
I want to say I won't be here all month, just to the day before the next meeting, so that workshop, I won't be available. I just wanted to throw that out there.
That's where we should put it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, there's no, okay, we are going into closed session at 6:31 PM.
And video. Good.
Okay. It is,
6:51.
thank you, 6:51 PM. We have nothing to report out for closed session. The next regular meeting of the board will be June 11th.
Yeah, good. I want to make sure you got the date change. Sorry.
No, no,
Work
no,
with me.
That is correct. We do have a
June-
special meeting.
we have a special meeting.
Our
That's
next regular board
regular.
Okay,
meeting
regular, all right.
is going to be June 11th, 2025 at 2 PM at the district office, 6425 Main Street, Georgetown, California. Motion to,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Done.
So it was 88, 30, and.
Yeah,
And
so I
then
mean-
20 is 50%.
Hold on, you still have a hot mic.